reagents that all this while, wow, we've lost a lot. Anyway, so I, I think I leave it to the lab experts here to determine, also taking into account quality and cost, how we can move if we integrate and the components are also expensive. It's going to make things a bit hard. So let us keep that also in mind.
I think we should take some comments online. So we have Shelly Simpson. She says, in Ghana, we received samples from the control program, about 11 districts, through the sponsored program from Anesvat Foundation. And at Noguchi, we have established the protocols for confirmation and checking azithromycin resistance. The program uses ROTT and DPP, and we trained the districts involved to collect samples and transport to Noguchi. We currently use Progene reagents because the perfector is expensive, and we have been involved in the Lamb for Yours project as well. Esther Marion is asking, do you try generalized kit for DNA extraction from swabs for yours? And do you try hot fire pole multiplex qPCR mix from Solis Biodyne? Very not expensive, and send it at room temperature for shipment. Shelley continues, in Noguchi, we only use assay assure. We've never tried generalized and Solis Biodyne. It will be good to have an efficient and cheap protocol because we rely solely on funding from projects to conduct PCR. And Arsene from Gabon says they haven't started yet. Thank you.
Okay. Any responses?
Merci à Estelle, merci à Cheryl pour les commentaires. Ça rejoint effectivement ce que j'étais en train de dire. Donc, Estelle, au niveau de, que ce soit de l'extraction, donc je pense que nous avons en main la possibilité de tester pour chercher un test robuste et moins cher. Donc, effectivement, nous, à notre niveau, lorsqu'on mettait en place ce protocole, on n'a pas testé le génolyse, on n'a pas testé les autres méthodes, et je pense que c'est l'occasion de mettre tout cela ensemble et de tester. Et idem pour les master mix, on va comparer, on a le soutien à travers l'OMS de Anesvad pour l'intégration des NT10, donc ceci peut être appuyé pour qu'on ait les réactifs nécessaires qui vont nous permettre de faire la validation de la procédure et effectivement de standardiser. Mais on a beaucoup d'analyses qu'on avait faites en amont qui vont également nous aider, mais c'était surtout sur les cibles, parce qu'il y en avait beaucoup et qui ne donnaient pas forcément les résultats. Donc, on prend en compte toutes les remarques, on prend en compte toutes les propositions et nous, en tant que laboratoire participant dans le IOS consortium, mais que les grosses équipes n'ont pas pu être là, Michael Max, mais Michael sera là dans 2 semaines, je pense, avec nous. Donc, ce sera l'occasion. Nous, on prend en main la coordination avec le consortium IOS pour pouvoir, en général, on fait les tests aussi avec l'appui de Estelle à Angers pour pouvoir faire la comparaison. Maman certainement se joindra à nous pour pouvoir faire ces différentes comparaisons, étant donné qu'il a déjà un protocole en cours. Donc, dans le consortium, il y a déjà le Ghana, le Cameroun et la Côte d'Ivoire. On va ajouter comme labo test aussi, si je le propose comme ça, le Ghana, plus nos experts du Nord pour pouvoir comparer étape par étape et se donner un délai pour faire une proposition de procédure.
Je voudrais juste ajouter que on a eu à tester le Genolize qui a marché, mais le Solis Biden n'a pas marché. Donc, je voulais dire que dans le cas de la détection du pian, on a utilisé le Genolize parce qu'on a utilisé les stations avec le kit QIAGEN ADN. Quand ça marchait, on a essayé aussi le Genolize puisqu'on l'avait à côté. Donc, ça a donné les mêmes résultats, surtout pour les positifs. Mais le Solis Biden, on l'a essayé, mais ça n'a pas marché.
Déjà une très bonne nouvelle si le Genolize peut marcher parce que c'est le Genolize que nous avons adapté pour l'UCR de Buruli parce que nous avons facilement accès au Genolize parce qu'on l'utilise aussi pour la tuberculose. Donc, si on a la chance d'avoir un même kit qu'on utilise pour différents pathogènes, ça facilite l'achat et ça réduit les coûts. Et parfois, pour le bailleur, ça lui fait juste un kit de Genolize en plus à fournir au lieu de faire encore de nouvelles commandes. Donc, je sais aussi que Wendy est là et qu'il va aussi nous proposer une nouvelle méthode d'extraction. Je pense que tout cela peut être intégré par la suite dans l'évaluation.
Ok, merci beaucoup. J'ai juste en fait une proposition tenant compte de la perspective d'intégration du PIAN et de l'ulcère de Buruli dans la prise en charge. Donc, tout à l'heure, on a parlé le professeur de Côte d'Ivoire a évoqué les outils. Donc, je proposerais qu'on puisse harmoniser, s'accorder sur cet aspect. Est-ce qu'on peut harmoniser les outils et se dire que pour l'ulcère de Buruli, dans les formes ulcérées et le PIAN, on pourrait utiliser le même type d'écouvillon. Merci.
Je pense, l'étape sur la discussion des étapes de mise en œuvre. It was the next step. Étape de mise en œuvre et d'intégration du PIAN dans la plateforme de diagnostic de l'UCR de Buruli. Si je peux me permettre de résumer, nous prenons en compte déjà la présentation qui a été faite, dont la procédure qui est actuellement utilisée au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, du Cameroun et du Ghana. Mais on voit bien que cette procédure est soutenue par un projet de recherche et que certains réactifs utilisés peuvent ne pas être peuvent ne pas être peut-être soutenus vu le coût si on doit passer dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la surveillance des programmes. Donc, ce que nous proposons, c'est de faire comme on l'a fait sur l'UCR de Buruli. On collecte les procédures utilisées. Ici, on a la chance qu'il y en a moins. On a celle du projet, on a celle de Maman. Et Maman travaille aussi avec Michael Mass, qui fait partie déjà du consortium. Donc, on va collecter cette procédure et on va se baser sur nos différentes expériences, que ce soit sur la collecte des échantillons, que ce soit sur le transport, que ce soit sur l'extraction de l'ADN, que ce soit sur le mix que nous utilisons, jusqu'au terme d'avoir les différentes comparaisons pour aboutir finalement, comme on l'a fait pour l'UCL de Broglie, à une procédure qu'on peut dire coût réduit mais efficace avec toutes les performances nécessaires pour la qualité du diagnostic. Donc, le centre coordonnateur s'engage à suivre cela avec le consortium du PIAN pour que on fera un plan d'action et on vous tiendra informé. On ne peut pas mettre la date aujourd'hui. Et en plus, on ne sera pas très bloqué sur les réactifs de comparaison parce que c'est aussi un objectif que ANESVAD nous a fixé dans les financements à travers l'OMS. Donc, on pense que c'est quelque chose que nous pouvons faire dans les prochains mois pour que peut-être l'année prochaine, nous ayons une procédure standardisée de PIAN qui peut être mise en place facilement dans les laboratoires. Voilà ce que comment je peux résumer.
For that, Sarah, I think anything that can be simple, affordable, and easy to use at different labs. I think that should be, now you are doing research, okay, research has its own, but side-by-side research, you can also be testing what can be done in real life situation, so that we can move on with the integration. In terms of shipment of samples, here I see plus 4 degrees. I know Michael Marks and others have published a paper, I think from Ghana, showing that dry swaps also work equally well. From program perspective, it is logistically easier to collect dry swaps and send to the lab. So these are some of the things that the adaptation of the current research protocol will have to address to make it easy for programs to follow, to facilitate the integration. But whether it's Burole or yours, it's not what you do in the lab. What happens in the field is the most important step. If people don't know how to collect samples or swabs, upstream in the lab, it's not going to help. So similar, I think we should train people on the techniques of collecting the swabs for yours. It's quite different from that of Buroli. So this should be made clear to the health workers in the field during training activities. Let's hope that we can discuss this further and come up with something that every country, every lab can use. I understand that is it possible for them to speak now, or when can they speak?
Yeah. So that is about Javier. He won't be able to present after lunch, but now we are already above the coffee break time.
No, the person is away. We can sacrifice coffee. We just took breakfast. So
okay.
I have also my presentation of Hemophilus ducreyi. Should I present it after?
Yes, because the people in Spain will like to present unless now.
Okay.
Since they are not here, we would like to take their presentation first.
Okay.
Okay.
So this goes to Javier Moreno and Carmen. Can you please share your slides and present now if you are ready?
Giving them access to share.
Yes, you have access to share. Can you hear us, Moreno? I see the people from Spain online.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Javier.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I was in the middle of okay. I think oh, sorry, here. Or what? I'm trying to switch on the video. Let me try again.
Okay, let me check. Yeah, sorry for the delay. Hello. Sorry for the delay. Espera un momento. ¿Podéis cerrar la puerta? Sorry, today we got some issues here in the center as usual, and sorry for the delay. First of all, let me thank you everybody for the invitation to this meeting. Yes, we were very interesting to stay today. It was many different issues. I was traveling yesterday, and finally I've been able to do it today, to connect today. So first of all, at the beginning of the presentation, I wish to let me check. Yeah. I wish to show you here. Okay, open the presentation. I wish to present the center and everything, so I have to go. Let me share the compartir pantalla. Let me share it. Okay, you can see the presentation, right? Can you see the screen, the presentation?
Yes, we can.
You can, okay. Let me, sorry, I have to go back to the compartir 1 minute. I need to go here and make this. And now we come here and compartir. Here we can, yes. Okay, so again, sorry for the delay, for all these problems. Well, probably you know, or some of you already know who I am. Just for a general introduction, let me present myself. My name is Javier Moreno. I'm the responsible for the reference laboratory, National Reference Laboratory for Leishmaniasis here in Spain. Our laboratory is also the WHO Collaborating Center for Leishmaniasis. And yes, I'm very, as I said before, very happy to get in contact with all of you. First, I am not able now to. Okay. In this presentation is going to be shared by Carmen Chicharro and myself. We are going first to present the WHO Collaborating Center for Leishmaniasis. And then Carmen is going to go on with the presentation showing different aspects of cutaneous leishmaniasis in sub-Saharan Africa overview of Africa, an overview. Also different leishmania species, different DNA sequences, diagnostic needs for molecular aspect. And then also another approach also using DNA from the parasite for diagnostic, which is LABNET. And then we will go the way forward. Let me present you the laboratory, the National Reference for Laboratory. We main task of National Reference Laboratory for Leishmaniasis here is to provide technical support to the national health system regarding diagnostic of leishmaniasis. This is our main task. And it means that we got in the lab every year around 1,000, 2,000 samples from hospitals for the whole country. In some cases, the hospitals are able to do their own diagnostic for leishmaniasis, but in many other cases, they rather prefer to send us the samples to us, and we give them the results in a short time, one day, 2 days. Yeah. Spain is an endemic country for leishmaniasis, visceral and cutaneous leishmaniasis. The species involved in this is always Leishmania infantum, but we got both Leishmania visceral and visceral leishmaniasis and cutaneous leishmaniasis. Besides, we also carry out reference activities. We try to keep the strain, to isolate the strain from all the samples. So we are producing a collection with many different strains, most of them Leishmania infantum, most of them clinical, but also reference parasite, or if we are working in Ethiopia or Latin America, we also get strains for there. So at the moment, we got a collection of about 2,800 different strains of Leishmania. So it's quite interesting for molecular studies and for epidemiological studies also. And of course, we also give the opportunity to young people or health workers to get training, to get formed in our lab. We make also a lot of activities regarding education and technical training of the people. And of course, research related to many different aspects of leishmaniasis, molecular characterization, virulence, development of vaccines, development of new diagnostic, development of new treatment, well, many different aspects regarding leishmaniasis. And also we are, so here at WHO Collaborating Center for Leishmaniasis, it means that we are going to provide technical support those activities carried out by WHO regarding leishmaniasis. For example, we have participated in outbreak assessment in different places and epidemiological studies of endemic countries. We also carry out the evaluation of diagnostic and control tools. And finally, also very important, training of health workers from endemic countries. The same we are doing for Spanish students and researchers and health workers. We can do that, and indeed we are doing that for those personnel, for those students, or for those researchers involved in leishmaniasis from endemic countries all around the world. So here I will show you, these are those places where we are in some way connected, many of the countries, I mean, in Europe, like Greek or Albania, or many other places, but also in Asia or Middle East, in Iran, Iraq, or Turkey. And as you can see here, we being in the last years involved also in the research and the technical support to different countries in Africa, like Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, also Ivory Coast, or Ghana. So this is just an example of what we have been doing in the last year. Like years ago, we were involved in the characterization of the outbreak in Cameroon, cutaneous leishmaniasis, also in Ivory Coast. And the last month, we have been involved also in the outbreak assessment of in Ghana with Richard Akufo, who I understand is around there, no? Richard, and other people in Ghana. We have been providing technical support by doing PCR of many samples from Ghana, also giving advice and preparing some reports in the country. So this is our main task regarding leishmaniasis in Africa. We have been also involved a couple of years ago in the assessment of the presence of leishmania in Chad. And then we were able to identify the species, like Leishmania donovani. So yeah, we got different activities in different places. And indeed, we are very happy to collaborate and to provide support to everyone who needs it. And this is the end. So the next is Carmen. We'll go on with the presentation on cutaneous leishmaniasis. Thank you very much. And later on, we can respond to any question or any aspect you wish to consult us. Thank you very much. ¿Estás por ahí, Carmen? ¿Me oyes?
Javier,
Sí, ¿me oyes?
sí, ¿puedes quitar tu presentación?
Yo
para
quito la mía.
ponerla? Sí.
Vale, sí. I'm going to... Ya estoy yo.
Ok. Okay. Okay. So I'm Carmen Chicharro. I'm working too in the WHO Collaborating Center in Madrid. And after Dr. Moreno had presented the center, I am going to talk about the Leishmania PCR protocols that we use in our lab. First, I say you some data about the leishmaniasis in sub-Saharan Africa, but maybe you know this data better than me. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have two different contexts for leishmaniasis. In the Eastern, both visceral and cutaneous leishmaniasis is consistently endemic, while in West Africa, leishmaniasis usually appears as sporadic cases or epidemic outbreak. This data is important to establish the most appropriate control programs for each area. In West Africa, the epidemiology of cutaneous leishmaniasis is complex. Since different species of leishmania responsible for skin lesions have been described. The possibility of finding two or more species in the same country has occurred in Ghana, Senegal, or Cameroon. For example, so far, 4 different species has been identified in Ghana. In addition, the presence of Leishmania species belonging to the new subgenus Leishmania mundinia has been described in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire too. And the vector of this and reservoirs of these new species are not yet well known. However, despite the diversity, according to the bibliography, Leishmania major is the most widespread species and is responsible for most cases of cutaneous leishmaniasis in this area, being the most prevalent species. It is also important to keep in mind that the species of the Leishmania donovani complex, Leishmania donovani and Leishmania infantum, responsible for the visceral leishmaniasis, can also produce cutaneous and mucocutaneous leishmaniasis, as occur in East Africa. Finally, it must be said that there is a very few information on the potential vector and reservoir of leishmania in this geographical area. On the other hand, currently, the information that is on cases of human cutaneous leishmaniasis is not much better. According to data collected by the WHO, in this area, there are more than 10 endemic countries for this disease. However, there is no information on the number of the real cases, or the number declared cases is minimal. For example, in 2020, only 4 cases of cutaneous leishmaniasis were reported in Cameroon and only 1 in Nigeria. Both countries are considered endemic countries. All this data indicates that there is a significant underreporting of cases, mainly because cutaneous leishmaniasis is not a notifiable disease, and that many cases may go undetected or undiagnosed. In summary, in West Africa, cutaneous leishmaniasis is caused by different species of the parasite. Up to 6 different species have been described, although not all have been associated with human cases. Leishmania is transmitted by different vectors. The genus Phlebotomus is considered the main vector of Leishmania. However, there are studies that propose the role of Sergentomia as a possible vector of Leishmania tropica. In addition, although the data is very scarce, the Culicidae family could also be responsible for the transmission of the species included in the subgenero Leishmania mundinia. And this species has been described in this area too. Finally, there is a wide variety of possible reservoir of Leishmania, including the dog and the numerous wild rodents. All this variety make the epidemiology of Leishmania in this area very complex and require serious studies in order to establish a good control programs. In this complex epidemiological context, it's necessary to have a good diagnostic method that allow us to detect as many cases as possible. Today, the standard technique is the microscopy. As advantage, we can say that it is cheap. It can be done in any laboratory since it is only necessary to have a light microscopy, and it is not time-consuming, so the diagnosis can be made quickly. However, as disadvantage, we can say that in order to obtain a good result, it's necessary well-trained personnel, and the sensitivity depends a lot of the parasite load on the sample. On the other hand, microscopy do not allow to identify the species of Leishmania that is causing the lesion. For all these reasons, it's necessary to introduce an alternative diagnosis methods to microscope that allow complementing its limitations. These new methods must have good sensitivity and specificity. They must be easy to perform, faster, and can be carried out in any laboratory. Many of these characteristics can be obtained using molecular tools to detect the parasite DNA. Today, there are many targets used for the molecular detection of Leishmania. Cadmium A, HHP17, ITS, ribosomal genes, etc. The 18X ribosomal gene is a highly conserved gene in the Leishmania genus, and for this reason, it is very useful for the detection of any species belonging to this genus. In addition, the number of copies is high, which allow the sensitivity to be very good. For this reason, the 18S ribosomal gene is a good target when the Leishmania species that may be causing the lesion is unknown. To amplify this target, we have selected the primer designed by LABNET in 1992 because they are specific for the genus and amplify all species, and there are no non-specific reactions with other pathogens. There are no false positives. These are the ribosomal gene for all species that have been described in Africa. Both forward and reverse primers, this is the forward, and this is the reverse, are designed in high conserved regions, so that amplification occurs regardless the species in question. We have adapted this PCR to a real-time PCR. The hybridization proof has been designed in a conserved region too, so that the specificity is so high. This is the sequence of the proof that we use. Once we know the Leishmania is responsible for a clinical case, it is important to know that species of Leishmania is in order to establish the appropriate treatment, follow-up of the patient, and well as to carry out epidemiological studies that allow the implementation of program of control. In this case, it's necessary to study regions of the genome that have conserved regions that allow descending primers, but that have a variable region that allow species to be differentiated. For these studies, one of the most analyzed target is ATS1. This target is flanked by conserved regions in all species, and the sequence that the amplified products is different for each of them, which allows them to be identified without any problems. So in this part of the genome, we have very conserved regions, and we design here the primers, but the product of the amplification is very variable. So if we study these regions, we can determine the species of Leishmania that is causing the lesion. So depending the question we ask, we must choose one tool or other. If we want to know if a clinical case is a cutaneous leishmaniasis, we must use high conserved targets with a high number of copies. On the other hand, if we want to know the species of Leishmania, we must analyze a region of the genome with enough variability. The basic tool that any laboratory will have for diagnosis and epidemiological research in Leishmaniasis are microscopic and culture. Microscopy allows a direct diagnosis, not only for Leishmaniasis, but also of any other pathogens that may be found in the clinical samples. Also, it has some limitation. As we have already said, it is essential diagnostic technique in any microbiological laboratory. With the culture, in addition to a direct diagnosis, we can isolate the Leishmania strains that are necessary for different use as a preparation of material for quality control tests, susceptibility tests for new drugs, or epidemiological studies. In addition to these techniques, ideally, it will have to have molecular tools based on PCR and downstream application such as RFLP or sequencing that are much more sensitive and allow parasite typing. At the WHO Collaborating Center in Madrid, in our diagnostics work, we use different molecular tools, but we are mainly focused on conventional PCR, both direct and nested PCR to obtain a greater sensibility, PCR, RFLP, and or PCR sequencing to identify the Leishmania species in cases of imported Leishmaniasis, real-time PCR, and now we are trying to obtain a dry format to make easy its use, and LAMP, isothermal amplification. We have carried out sensitivity and specificity studies of the technique, as well as its validation with clinical samples. For routine diagnosis, we have used it for more than 10 years, a conventional nested PCR targeting the 19X ribosomal gene. Today, we use a ready-to-use gel format that only requires the addition of water and DNA. The sensitivity is very good. We can detect 0.5 parasite per reaction. The limitation of this technique is that there are 2 rounds of amplification with a contamination risk. And to see the result is necessary an electrophoresis. Here, this is the result when we use a liquid conventional format. And this is when we use a format in gel. So the result, last result is the same. We obtain the same sensibility, but the use is much quicker, faster, and easier if you use the gel format. To identify the species, we study the ATS1 region using PCR or RFLP and sequencing. Here is an example of sample from skin lesion in an outbreak in Côte d'Ivoire. Once we know that this is Leishmania, we try to identify the species. After amplifying the IT region, the product was digested with high stress and electrophoresis was performed. The RFLP pattern obtained was different from that the other species used as control, Leishmania infantum, major, tropica, ethiopica, and donovani, suggesting that it was a different species. Here we have the clinical samples from the outbreak. And this is the control species, Leishmania infantum, major, tropica, ethiopica, and donovani. And the pattern obtained was different than all control using. After the result, we analyze the sequence and compared it with those that sit in the gene bank. The sequence had greater similarity with other described for Leishmania siamensis, now Leishmania orientalis. Also with an identity percentage of less than 95%. So it is necessary to confirm this data, but unfortunately we don't have enough material to prepare a repeated test. So for this reason, it's important to culture the sample and isolate the parasite to have enough material to confirm the results. after many years using nested PCR for the diagnosis of Leishmania in our laboratory, we decided to design a real-time PCR that had the same sensitivity and specificity, and that also include an internal inhibition control. We use the same framework that in the second PCR nested and a specific proof. With the real-time PCR, the sensitivity is the 0.1 parasite or reaction, similar to what we had previously, but this real-time is faster, and we can estimate the parasite load in an analyzed sample. Regarding LAM, we don't use this technique in the laboratory every day, but we have participated in validation studies with clinical samples. For Leishmania, there is a commercial ready-to-use kit that has several advantages. This kit amplifies two regions of DNA, the ribosomal gene and the kinetoplast DNA. So its sensitivity is very high, and it's specific for Leishmania genus. The reactions are dry, so it is very stable at room temperature, include positive and negative controls, and the result can be read with the neck A. So it's very easy to use and obtain the results. LAM had been used in different studies showing high sensitivity and specificity, greater than 90% in all cases, regardless of the clinical samples and the Leishmania species involved. It's sold in a kit with which is very easy to perform, and its stability makes it an optimal tool for diagnosis cutaneous leishmaniasis in laboratories where it is not possible to perform other molecular techniques that require more equipment. A similar format is used for malaria diagnostic and detection of asymptomatic carriers, and it is also recommended by the WHO for the diagnosis of tuberculosis. After all this, we believe that it's important to have harmonized protocols between all the Buruli LABNET group and to identify the site where it's important to carry out the identification of the Leishmania species. The WHO Collaborative Center for Leishmaniasis can support this study in various ways, as Dr. Moreno has already said. Training in any diagnostic text for Leishmaniasis, both in Madrid and in the laboratory that requests, carry out the diagnosis of clinical samples by microscopy or PCR, as well as the identification of Leishmania species, while the protocols are set up by members of the LABNET. Guide for adaptation of conventional PCR or real-time PCR protocols to the laboratories of the Buruli LABNET network. Tip for using LAMP kit. Prepare samples, panels, and coordinate quality control assays for Leishmania PCRs, and collaborate in the inclusion of Leishmania in multiple PCR panels. And thanks a lot. And this is all the members of the WHO Collaborative Centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. And we are ready for any question or any comment from the people in the meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues in Spain, for the presentation. The floor is open for any technical clarifications or questions. And after that, we will take a short presentation from Ghana based on the work they have done on cutaneous leishmaniasis with the team in Madrid, just to
Okay.
the connection from from this one to what was done in the field, and some of the lessons learned that can help all of us. So for now, any questions on the presentation?
Merci à Dr Carmen et à Professeur Moreno. Ma question concerne la technique LAMP que vous avez présentée. Est-ce qu'on peut l'appliquer en zone rurale? Parce qu'on doit aussi penser à la zone rurale où se trouvent les cas. Si jamais il y a une PCR LAMP qui s'applique en zone rurale, c'est ma question. Merci.
If you could, Kingsley or whatever there, could make the translation to English, I will appreciate it in order to answer the question. I'm sorry to say my French is very, very limited, very bad. Thank you. Could anybody to translate the question to English, please? It's just to...
Okay. Can you hear me? Please switch to the English channel on the interpretation panel.
Sorry, I have to change word to the...
Professor Moreno.
Select English in the channel. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know this.
Yeah, Prof. Moreno.
Interpretation English. Yeah. Okay, I already in English, but
Prof. Moreno, good morning.
good morning.
Can you hear the English interpretation?
Okay, yes, I think so, but
The question again.
Okay, wait.
I have a small question. Can you apply the LAMP technique in the rural region?
Okay.
Easy.
sorry. Yeah, I think we can apply a lamp in what? Sorry, I don't hear very well.
Can you apply the
Yes, thank you. Now, finally. Yes, I think so. I mean, the lamp is a very simple technical approach. It's true that is, use the DNA, but extraction, this purification of DNA can be, isolation of DNA can be done directly by heating the blood, the sample, at least the blood sample, and then putting that in the tube. So it should be very, very easy. I mean, it can be done in very rural settings in some way. I think it can be done there. Carmen could confirm that.
Yes, we are participate in the validate of LAMP in different samples, blood, but also in skin. And the result was very good, with a sensitivity and specificity higher than 95%. and is very easy to use. You only need put in the tube a DNA or and water and wait for 30 minutes more or less, and you can see the result because the tube is yellow in the positive samples and without color in the negative. So it's a very good format for use in laboratories that don't have many sophisticated equipment.
Right. Yeah, another question regarding LAMP is that everything is ready for use. The tube is prepared for the LAMP reaction, so it's very good. The only problem I think could be the cost. We make in our lab, we make a calculation of how much was the cost of reaction and it is around $10 per reaction. So you need 2 or 3 reactions to have a negative control or positive control. Yeah, it make a little bit expensive the diagnostic, but in some specific moment it could be very, very, very nice for use. I see another question from Gisela in the chat. The question is, where are your PCR protocols accessible? Whom can we contact to discuss, revise our own diagnostic PCR protocols? Well, we can provide them the protocols. Carmen will be very happy
sure.
to send you and to. We are in the contact list and yes, and we can discuss by email or by telecom, by teleconference, any questions. I mean, in private, no problem. We are happy with that. And protocols is not in internet or something like that. I mean, we also have the protocols already published in many different articles, but probably they are very technical. I mean, very just for the publication. I think it's much better if you contact us, Carmen or me, and we can provide them and send you the protocol with specific questions or whatever. Much better. Thank you, Gisela.
Hello, so this is Andy Wende from Expedite Diagnostics speaking. Can you elaborate in a few words how the nucleic acid extraction was done for these Leishmania samples? Because maybe I missed the slide, but would be interesting.
Yes, we use a commercial kit similar to Qiagen, but is possible to use the protocol that the other labs are using in this net. There is no problem with the extraction of DNA in Leishmania.
Okay, thank you.
You mean, Carmen, that the purification is very easy, not to mean that. I mean, yeah, no problems to isolate DNA from Leishmania. I think this is the question. No big problems. It's not compared to
and the samples can be biopsy or swabs or anything. There is no problem.
I just saw in one of the slides that you detect ribosomal RNA.
Sorry?
The detection target is ribosomal RNA and not DNA. So I wonder if you use the particular.
No. Sorry, no. This is clear. It's not RN is DNA, but this DNA is the DNA, the gene responsible for the
ribosomal
bodies. You know what I mean? It's not the this ribosomal DNA is quite conserved from the phylogeny. So it's similar in all DNA species, in all Leishmania species.
All right.
Okay.
Il y a la traduction. OK. Donc, en revenant sur la technique lampe, peut-être je n'ai pas bien regardé, mais quel est l'équipement qui est... c'est quel équipement qui est utilisé? C'est encore en kit, c'est un équipement lampe, parce qu'il y en a plusieurs sur le marché. Est-ce que c'est ça, c'est le premier volet de ma question? Quel est l'équipement qu'on utilise? La deuxième partie qui est comme une question, mais en même temps un commentaire, en remerciant déjà de la présentation et surtout en remerciant le centre collaborateur qui se propose d'aider au niveau du réseau l'harmonisation des procédures. Mais nous avons vu beaucoup de techniques, des PCR endpoint, le LAMP, la PCR RFLP, la PCR temps réel. Donc peut-être quand vous proposez d'aider à l'harmonisation de protocoles et au vu de la proposition aussi de Gisela, de voir déjà, parce que l'idée au niveau du réseau, c'est d'essayer d'être déjà sur les mêmes plateformes. Donc, si on part sur le LAMP, en fonction de la machine utilisée, ça veut dire qu'on part déjà sur une autre plateforme. Donc, il faudrait pour nous, en priorité, évaluer la PCR en temps réel qui va permettre une intégration, je pense, plus aisée sur les plateformes et que LAMP soit envisagé, comme Solange le demandait, plutôt au niveau des zones rurales. Voilà.
Okay. Well, I will respond to your question, first question regarding the equipment, and Carmen can confirm or correct me. I mean, LAMP can be used without any type of equipment for the reaction. I mean, the current presentation of the kit is just the tube, a pen of tube with all the reagents in the proper tube, and then you only have to add the DNA, the material with DNA and water. Then you can wait for 30 minutes and to check the reaction. Okay, so you can see that reaction just by looking with your own eyes. Okay, in order to confirm the reactions, in some cases you can use a specific ultraviolet lamp in order to check, the reaction, that the components are glowing with that ultraviolet lamp. And also another option is to use a small device, a small machine, which can give you the idea of how this reaction is going on in the tube. Okay, this you see the reaction got some specific fluorochromes that may make possible that a machine, a small one, a Jenny, it can follow the reaction. But this is not necessary in order to check if the reaction is positive or negative. It's just to forward, to confirm, and that's all. And for the isolation of DNA, I mean, in order to got the DNA isolated, I think the only thing you need is just a machine to heat the blood, right? I mean, to boil the blood and then to get a separation of the components on the blood, and then you take those containing the DNA that can be put in the teeth. I think this all the equipment you need could be just a boiler for the blood or for the skin sample, but you can also use another device in order to improve the diagnostic, but not just to have a yes or no. That's the way, Carmen, or that's okay?
Yes, maybe with the cutaneous leishmaniasis, the DNA extraction is a little bit more complicated.
Okay, yeah, right.
Because we need to digest the sample, and maybe the boil is not enough.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, we have to check. Yes, but yes, we need to make some. But I think the equipment for that is not. I mean, also it's just to put the different enzymes or for digestion of the sample in the tube. I mean, not really as need the specific machines or device. No.
No.
It's quite mechanical. Yeah.
It's not complicated. No.
Not complicated. So I mean, the equipment for that is very simple. For lungs too, it's very simple. Just some standard lab equipment for the boiling of the samples or for the preparation of the incubation, perhaps a heater to keep the incubation overnight or something like that, but not really any specific equipment. Second question regarding harmonization of the techniques of the PCR diagnostic for cutaneous leishmaniasis and for the use of different platforms. From our point of view, it depends on your requirements. I mean, we are here just to help you, to show you the different options, not just in question of specificity and sensitivity, but also we can give you some ideas on the cost of the different reactions or the different approaches. Also in the equipment that you will need to do that. So, as I said by Carmen, if you are doing Leishmania PCR, Leishmania nested PCR, it means that at the end you need also a specific electrophoresis equipment and to run the yield, to see the bands. So it got some complication. Real time is easy, but in order to get the final result, but it's true that you need also the machine, the device, which is more expensive than the standard thermocycler for normal PCR. So yeah, it depends on, there are many different factors, but harmonization depends on you. I mean, the selection of what you wish to do is your, I mean, the network role. You have to discuss and to say what do you prefer and what do you think it could be better. It's true that the best option is perhaps to do different things on different places. I mean, rural, for rural settings, diagnostic of cutaneous leishmaniasis could be easier with LAMP, and for labs with equipment available, and you can, with specific trained personnel, it could be better, perhaps real time. We can get better results in this condition. So yes, it's up to you. No. But we are just showing you what can be done, and I think Richard or somebody from Ghana is going to explain what we have done in this situation. So yeah, it's something to discuss after. Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour ces clarifications. Dans le cadre de l'harmonisation des procédures au niveau du BU LABNET, on serait heureux déjà de cet accompagnement, mais plutôt pour dans la première phase, les protocoles de PCR en temps réel. Nous avons réussi dans le cadre de BU LABNET, quand on fait l'évaluation avec les réactifs et en intégrant même le DHL, l'évaluation qu'on avait eue, on était à peu près à 4 € la PCR en intégrant même l'expédition. Donc, on souhaite essayer de rester un peu dans les coûts qui sont soutenables, mais bien sûr en tenant en compte la performance des tests. Parce qu'on voit par exemple que le coût, tel que vous avez dit, par exemple, du LAMP est autour de 10 $. Donc, pour nous, ça reste un peu élevé. Mais on souhaite d'abord, dans un premier temps, que nous ayons l'accompagnement pour tout ce qui est PCR en temps réel, parce que nous avons tous des plateformes ouvertes, on commence à avoir la maîtrise, même de l'évaluation des différents tests, des master mix, des prélèvements et tout. Donc, on souhaite rester un peu dans cette démarche d'abord des PCR en temps réel. Voilà.
Okay, no problem for us. I mean, we will be very happy to provide such support for real-time PCR. Carmen is working at this moment with the standardization and validation of the techniques for our own samples for cutaneous leishmaniasis, biopsies for cutaneous leishmaniasis. And I'm sure we could do that, no problem. And of course, any necessity regarding shipment or how to say, or production of standards of DNA, positive, negative DNA, or any kind of test or validation can be done without problems. We will be very happy to collaborate. This is the reason we are.
Last technical question. You are using extraction with a kit like a Kiagen kit. Have you tested other kit like generalized kit or universal mix? Have you tested other kits for extraction methods?
Mm-hmm.
We use the kit is similar to Kiagen, but is from a Spanish company and is so cheaper. And this is the reason for we use this kit. But sometimes in the past we use other kits, and now we are trying to new kits with magnetic beds, and it's working so good too. But with Leishmania, the DNA registration is not a problem. If you have one parasite, the extraction working well, independent of the kit that you use.
Okay, thank you, Carmen.
All right.
Can go for the cheaper way.
Okay, go ahead and.
Thank you very much, Professor Moreno and Dr. Carmen, for this very rich presentation. I have a general question. We have the vision to improve the diagnosis of skin diseases, skin entities. And I would like to know if in these prospects of harmonization of protocols, we also take in consideration the harmonization of equipments, because I think that both are linked. It's important contextually to see if all the lab involved will be able, according to the level of platform, technical platform, to implement with the same protocol what they have to implement with the equipment that are available. So I don't know if this network take also in consideration this aspect, the equipment to harmonize, the work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think when you mean equipment, you mean the PCR equipment?
Yeah, PCR equipment, for example, lamp equipment, other equipment.
We will, yes, indeed.
Just one comment to make. I think one of the central objectives of this network is to have a platform for confirmatory diagnosis. So most of the labs here are more central and are dependent on qPCR-based diagnostics or molecular diagnostics. If individual diseases or centers are thinking of rapid diagnostics or more field translatable, I think it would be more applicable to the local institutions to implement them. But as far as the network is concerned, I think it's more of confirmatory diagnosis, supporting confirmatory diagnosis. So it would be largely on the molecular platforms, qPCR based. So harmonizing qPCR based equipment is possible, but adding new equipment is disease specific and institution specific. I think individual labs should take decision on that part. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Yes. Okay, Richard Akufu, are you ready? Thank you, Prof. and Carmen, for joining us from Madrid. You may continue to stay online if you to listen to other presentations that are coming up, if your time allows. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Richard.
pensons à demain. Ensemble, nous irons très loin. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Vous parcourez la terre pour y chanter ce refrain. Vous traverserez des mers en une ronde sans fin. D'Asie jusqu'aux Amériques, en chemin, vous danserez. D'Europe jusqu'en Afrique, la paix et la liberté. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Ensemble, pensons à demain. Ensemble, nous irons très loin. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Malgré les différences de langue ou d'identité, vous entraînerez dans la danse les hommes du monde entier. Enfants, donnez-vous la main. Ensemble, pensez à demain. Ensemble, vous irez très loin. Enfants, donnez-vous la main. Donnons-nous la main. Ensemble, pensons à demain. Ensemble, nous irons très loin. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Enfants, donnez-vous la main. Donnez-vous la main. Ensemble, pensez à demain. Ensemble, pensez à demain. Ensemble, vous irez très loin. Enfants, donnez-vous la main. Donnons-nous la main. Ensemble, pensons à demain. Ensemble, nous irons très loin. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Ensemble, pensons à demain. Ensemble, nous irons très loin. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Enfants, donnons-nous la main. Enfants, donnons-nous la main.
All right, let's see whether we can continue. No for any problem. We start. Yes, just a short presentation. Let me continue. Mm-mm. Okay, all right. Okay, so Richard, if you are ready, you can start, please.
Good morning again. So I want to be sharing a quick update on some work on cutaneous leishmaniasis done in Ghana. Next slide. So I'll share a brief background on cutaneous leishmaniasis. The colleagues from Spain have done the bulk of the work in giving the background of leishmaniasis and the protocols that we use for the work. So I will spare you those ones and then go straight to the work that we did in Ghana. Next slide. So cutaneous leishmaniasis, I'll call it CL throughout this presentation, is the most common form of leishmaniasis. Indeed, it's reported that between 0.7 to 1.3 million new cases are recorded annually and occurs in different forms. We have the localized cutaneous leishmaniasis, which tends to be single ulcers, sometimes 2, 3, 4 ulcers occurring on the body. And then there's the diffuse cutaneous leishmaniasis, which tends to occur all over the body and that does not usually ulcerate. So the two usual forms, and also begins mainly.
Merci
as
de
a painless
vérifier
nodule.
les slides pour ceux qui sont en ligne.
Next slide. So to give a brief history of CL research in Ghana, early cases were confirmed as far back as the year 2002, when it suspected an outbreak in between 1999 to 2003 area. And in that space, there were 15 lab confirmed ulcers, mainly through microscopy, which detected the parasite form known as the A mastigotes. That's the form of the parasite that is found in the humans. And the form found in the sandflies are the promastigotes. So 15 of those were found in 2002. And between 1999 to 2003, over 6,000 clinically diagnosed CL ulcers were reported, but these were not necessarily confirmed in the lab. By 2006, Leishmania major had been confirmed in 5 ulcer samples. And in 2016, a Leishmania species, which was called GH5, was identified. The GH5 is not a known Leishmania species that affect humans, actually known to affect reptiles. And so it's been a history of trying to really find out what is happening in the country. Next slide. So in the year 2018, there were reports of suspected skin ulcers in the OT region of the country, which fit the clinical description of cutaneous leishmaniasis. And just for the emphasis, cutaneous leishmaniasis typically presents similar to Yaws ulcers. And so in Yaws endemic areas, it's very difficult to clinically differentiate between Yaws ulcers and CL ulcers. And so these were actually found in areas that were known to be Yaws endemic areas, and they were not recording a lot of positive cases for Yaws when they use the RDT. And therefore the suspicion that something else that presents similar to Yaws could be happening there. And the first suspicion was cutaneous leishmaniasis. So we set in to investigate the epidemiology of the Leishmania infection in 3 communities of the OT region to provide the baseline data. Next slide. So the study was conducted in 3 communities in the Nkwanta South and the Nkwanta North districts. It was a community-based cross-sectional study, which included participants between the ages of 2 years to 65 years. Next slide, please. There were 2 main procedures performed. The first was the Leishmanian skin test, which is performed to detect exposure to the Leishmania parasites. It does not necessarily tell if a person currently has the Leishmania infection or not, but at least demonstrate there is some exposure to the parasite. To do that, a 0.5 0.1 ml of the LSD suspension was injected intradermally into each participant's left forearm for everybody between the 2 years to 65 years. And it was assessed between 48 hours to 72 hours for reaction. If there's a reaction, there's a swelling at the place of the injection, referred to as an induration. And if it's from 5 millimeters or above, then it's considered to be a positive reaction. The 48 to 72 hours is to be able to give enough time to differentiate between somebody who just reacted to the needle prick versus somebody who actually is producing a delay type reaction to the injection. It's called a delay type hypersensitivity. Next slide. The second approach then was to also take samples from the skin ulcers that were present at the time of the study to see if you could actually detect Leishmania parasites in these ulcers. So we used a non-invasive approach using what is called the disc, sequential tape disc. And that is just placed on the ulcer. It's an adhesive disc placed on the ulcer. Pressure is placed on the disc. And then in about 30 seconds, the disc is removed. And so that adhesive picks up some of the tissues from the surface of the ulcers, and DNA is extracted from it, and then PCR was performed in the lab of Professor Moreno in Spain. Next slide. Next slide, please. So from the Leishmanian skin test, we detected an overall positivity of 41.8% among the people who were screened. So a total of 3,071 people who were tested came back for the results to be read. In fact, a little over 3,400 people were actually tested, but those who came back for their results to be read were 3,071. And of these, 1,284 had reaction to the Leishmanian skin test that was greater than 5 millimeters. And so that gave us a baseline indication that there was indeed exposure to Leishmania infection. And then we had to go to the next step of confirming whether or not the ulcers we were seeing there were cutaneous leishmaniasis indeed. Next slide. So these are some of the pictures of the ulcers that we detected the Leishmania infection in. And out of 426 people who presented with at least one skin ulcer, 136 of them had at least one of the ulcers being positive for Leishmania infection. In fact, we had 595 ulcers detected among the 426 persons, but for the purpose of looking at the prevalence of the disease, 31.9% of them were positive to at least having one of their ulcers being positive for Leishmania infection. So the suspicion was confirmed, but the next question is that it's only 31.9% of the ulcers that were positive for Leishmania, and therefore what else could be happening in the area? Next slide. Just to give a quick overview for the Leishmania skin test that was performed, we realized that the positivity was associated among groups. So when you take sex, for instance, males had more positivity than females, and it was more in the younger males compared to the adults. But then across the age also, we noticed that the older the people were, the higher their reaction to the Leishmania skin test. So the size of the reaction was larger when the people were older. And it's a feature that is very characteristic of old foci of the disease, where people have been exposed when they were young. And so as they are growing up, the body mounts up immune defense to the infection. And then one of the communities also showed a very strong, the highest positivity to the infection over there. So even though we saw the infection across the communities, one of them had a higher infection rate than the rest, and it was also seen to be increasing with age in those communities. Next slide. So to conclude on that study, we confirmed indeed that there was exposure to Leishmania infection. detecting the cutaneous leishmaniasis suggests that there was an active transmission of the infection going on. And then once we are 31.9% of the persons having the leishmania infection in the ulcers, there was a need to do additional studies to find out what else is happening. Next slide. So that moved us quickly to the second study, which was conducted recently with support from WHO, NTD. And in that study, we investigated multiple skin ulcer etiologies in the 2 districts again. And in this case, we were screening the ulcers for leishmania infection for yaws, Bruley ulcer, and Haemophilus ducrei, all of them. Next slide. So out of 101 skin ulcers screened, for leishmania in particular, we took biopsy samples from all the ulcers and also took swabs from all the ulcers, extracted the DNA and tested them in different labs independently for leishmania infection, for yaws, for Haemophilus ducrei, and for Bruley ulcer. And then we noticed that 3 of the 101 samples were positive for only yaws. 11 of them, which is 10.9%, were positive for only leishmania infection. And then 4 of them were positive for only Haemophilus ducrei. As high as 42.6% of the ulcers were positive for yaws, Haemophilus ducrei, and leishmania infection at the same time. And then you had yaws and HD present in about 11%, CL and yaws in almost 11%, and then CL and HD in about 16% of the ulcers. And so then this helped to clarify the first observation of seeing only 31.9%, and actually strengthens the discussion for us to look at these ulcers from a more integrated point of view. The names you will call the ulcers, I'll leave to Kingsley to tell us. When an ulcer has yaws, HD, and CL, Kingsley has to give us a new name before we leave this meeting. Next slide. It's also interesting to perform microscopy on the ulcers sites and the genes sustained. And we're able to observe presentation of the parasite under the microscope. We saw both forms, the amastigot form that we expect to find in the adults when it has gone through its full cycle. And we also observed the promastigot, which is the form of the parasite that is injected from the sandfly, suggesting a very recent infection from the sandfly in the area. The fact that we could also see this means that it holds promise for as point of care test approach, where at the districts, we could actually start doing microscopy to detect the parasite whilst the labs continue to support with PCR, which is more sophisticated. Next slide. Next slide, please. So thank the institute I work for, thank WHO, NTD, the colleagues in Spain, and all the participants and collaborators who made this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, this was not on the agenda, but I thought that it would be a useful information to share for all participants. Yeah.
Ah, Ok, je disais merci pour la présentation, mais j'ai une ou des préoccupations. La première est que vous avez utilisé le test cutané. Et nous savons que en cas de la co-infection avec le VIH, la personne ou les sujets présentent ces tests-là négatifs. Et je voudrais savoir si vous avez recherché aussi, vous avez cherché à connaître aussi les statuts sérologiques de ces malades-là. Ça, c'est ma première préoccupation. La deuxième, parce que nous avons vu qu'il y avait de cas négatifs et les positifs. En fait, pour dire que les personnes qui étaient exposées et non exposées. La deuxième préoccupation est que est-ce que pour passer ces échantillons, en fait, ce sont les mêmes échantillons-là que vous avez ramenés pour réaliser les tests de PCR pour pouvoir détecter au même moment les C. borrelia, le pion et puis la leishmaniose. Merci.
Okay, thank you for your question. So we did not screen for HIV status in this study. So that's something that we could consider in future to see if the immune status of the person could affect the results of the test. But the objective was to actually see if there was indeed exposure to the Leishmania parasite in the setting, and if the ulcers we are seeing had Leishmania infection in them. So in a large proportion of that, we confirmed it, but HIV status was not screened. Yes, we used the same samples, extracted the DNA and tested for the different skin ulcer etiologies in different labs.
Okay, my friend, thank you for that wonderful presentation. You've said it and you almost answered my question, because during other presentations, when you look at the picture of the ulcer, yours, Leishman and Bruley representation, they look alike. So I'm kind of saying, and she has equally raised what I wanted to ask. Is it possible to collect a sample from a single patient and subject that to yours, Bruley, ulcer, and Leishman at the same time?
Yes.
Let's look at it and see what will happen, because they're interwoven, they look alike.
Yes, thank you. That is what we actually demonstrated in this study. The same sample that was taken, we took 3 swabs from the same ulcers, and one of them was tested for Leishmania, one was tested for Borrelia ulcer, and then yours in different labs. But if it's happening in the same lab, of course, you extract the same DNA, and then you can use it for all the tests. So that's what we demonstrated in this study. And the other thing we also demonstrated was the feasibility of using swabs for Leishmania, because it's not a widely used technique. A few studies have published it, but we've also confirmed that the same swabs we use for sampling for yours and for BU is effective when we use it for Leishmania in this study.
To continue, sir. So because I've learned a lot from your presentation, because normally when we collect samples for BU, we don't think of any other thing again. And at the end, when the result is negative, I think one should look the other side. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, once more, congratulations for this very interesting studies that bring us lights concerning this leishmaniasis distribution. I would like to know what was the criteria. Yes. So I would like to know what was the criteria of selection of these, the selected communities. What was the criteria that compelled to you to select in OT region, this community? And I'm also, this is the first question, and the proportion of the multiple infections in the second study is very high, 42%. I don't know if it is, do you have pictures of these patients? My questions concerning this aspect is concerning the clinical features, because on the ground, it is important to be able, to recognize lesions, leishmanias, and in case of multiple infections, it will be challenging. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So the criteria for selecting the communities was, first, they were known yaws endemic communities. And then for some time, they were not recording a lot of positives on the RDT when they were screened for yaws. And then the question is, what else is happening in the community? So assessing them clinically and knowing that clinically yaws and CL lesions are similar. And the fact that the OT region used to be part of the Volta region in Ghana, and cases of CL had been confirmed in the Volta region in the past. But the portion of that region that is carved out as OT region never recorded a case of leishmaniasis. But because it was part of that bigger region that used to record leishmania cases in the past, it gave us suspicion, it raised the suspicion index to look out for leishmania among these communities that used to record yaws. And so once that study, the first study was done, and we had 31.9% positive for leishmania. And the question is, what else is happening? Which is why we had to do the second study in the same area and then test for all the different etiologies. Indeed, for every single ulcer that was sampled, detailed pictures were taken with a description of those pictures. And so we are happy to also share that and make it available. Kingsley and the team will be discussing it soon. And I'm sure once the discussion is concluded, we'll be happy to share the pictures that accompany the different clinical presentations of the ulcers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And this study directly pricks me because we have areas in Cameroon that are supposedly endemic for leishmaniasis, but we don't know the status yet. Now, my question is about the exposure study, the LST that you use. Is it something that is commonly available? Can one get it commonly if maybe one needed to do a kind of replica of that study in our setting?
Yes, the leishmanian skin test is available, but not commercially available on the market. Yes. You have to order for it. And I got mine through WHO. And so I think from the Institute Pasteur in Iran. And so I'm sure that once the network is working with WHO, that can be arranged. And it's a very rapid way of being able to see whether there's exposure to the leishmania parasite. And then that helps you to do the further confirmatory testing. And so I'm sure that can be organized. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Keep in touch.
Merci, docteur. Et merci aussi pour la présentation du Ghana. Je voudrais dire une chose d'abord. Si on a pu rechercher 4 germes dans un même échantillon, je pense que c'est une orientation pour le labo en ce qui concerne la mise en place de multiplex. En ce qui concerne, comme ça avait été proposé hier, qu'on allait échanger pour savoir si la mise en place de multiplex était possible. Je pense que c'est déjà une orientation que sur les mêmes échantillons, on puisse rechercher ces 4 germes-là. Cela voudrait dire qu'on est parti à partir du même extrait et ce même extrait a été fait à partir du même échantillon. Et autre chose aussi que je voudrais poser, une question générale peut-être pour tout le monde, c'est que, bon, si on a étudié ces 4 germes-là et que pour certains, c'était négatif à ces 4 germes-là, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? C'est-à-dire que quoi, l'échantillon, on va biobanquer ça pour pouvoir, je sais pas, après faire d'autres études dessus, parce que ce n'est pas que les 4 là qui font partie des maladies tropicalement négligées. Et est-ce qu'on garde, est-ce qu'on conserve, est-ce que, je sais pas, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres études qui sont prévues, ou est-ce que vous-même vous avez fait d'autres études pour voir s'il y a d'autres possibilités de rechercher d'autres choses à part ces 4? Voilà.
Thank you for your question. So context is very important in this study. So in the 4 pathogens that we studied, you notice that Buruli ulcer was present in only 1 of the 101 samples. It also was present together with Leishmania infection, but that happened in only 1 of the samples. The other 3 agents occurred more frequently. In another area or another country, you may find out that Buruli ulcer might be more than another agent. And so if I was going back to do this study in the same community, I probably will be focusing more on yours, HD, and Leishmania, because the preliminary data I have suggests to me that these are more prevalent in that area. I would then probably focus more on using the scoring method for Buruli ulcer and cases that are more likely as Buruli ulcer, and I'll spend the reagents testing them. But we had to systematically test each of these 101 to be able to get the preliminary data to tell us whether or not there is justification for, because these ulcers are not very large like our typical Buruli ulcer. But then we also know that Buruli ulcer starts as nodules, and so may also have a stage in the early stages, could look very much like the yours. But in the setting we worked, at least I am sure or convinced that Buruli ulcer is not that high. And so if I'm going to be doing follow-up work, I will go with the scoring method and look out for more typical ulcers that present as BU and focus more resources on screening for the other 3 that appear in higher prevalence. And so when we do the integrated approach in our settings, over time, we can see what is the trend and how best to prioritize the resource management in our settings. That would be my feedback.
Merci pour la présentation. Cette idée me vient là, mais peut-être elle sera, je redirai mon commentaire demain matin lors de la discussion sur les autres maladies prioritaires, quelles sont les maladies que nous voulons intégrer. Donc, mon commentaire s'adresse autant au consortium PIAN, autant au consortium Leishmaniose, mais aussi au professeur Fahal pour le... Voilà, mon commentaire s'adresse à toutes les autres maladies que nous voulons intégrer sur la plateforme BU LABNET. Là, nous avons le pian, la leishmaniose et le mycétome. Ce que je voulais proposer en écoutant tout le monde, c'est que nous, on partage nos procédures standardisées à tous les experts. Et comme ça, eux regardent les protocoles qu'ils ont et on teste ensemble pour qu'on ne soit, comment se rapprocher le plus. Parce qu'on a fait beaucoup de tests pour arriver au protocole que nous avons sur l'UB, en regardant les coûts, les réactifs. Donc, si à leur niveau, dans leur protocole, on peut tester des choses qui se rapprochent et qui marchent bien, ça va faciliter l'intégration sur la plateforme, même l'achat des réactifs. Donc, je souhaiterais vraiment qu'on regarde, comme notre collègue disait, c'est le même swap pour tout le monde. Comment on transporte, comment on fait l'extraction, quel est le master mix qui marche, comment, donc, tout ça sur plateforme ouverte, on compare avec ce que l'on a déjà sur place. Et si ça peut suivre le même chemin, l'intégration, les formations vont être plus facilitées. Donc, c'est ça mon commentaire. Ça me vient là, ça viendra certainement après. Mais j'ai préféré le relever maintenant.
All right, so thank you, Richard. Thank you. I think the purpose of that presentation also surveillance for some of these diseases, particularly in this case, we have seen what they found for cutaneous leishmaniasis, but at the same time, we could see co-infection also in the same lesion, which could be interesting. Yours lesions are not as big as Buruli lesions. So clinically, if we are prudent, we can distinguish Buruli from yours and CL. But the ability to test the same swabs, I think, is of interest, even if as part of also expanded surveillance for some of these skin diseases. The other question is, not all skin ulcers have microbial origin or due to, so if you test 100 samples and you are still left with 50% that you could not identify the cause, there could be maybe other pathogens or may not be others. So there's also a group that is also trying to see how we can optimize histopathology in cases where you may not, it may be due to other causes other than a biological or microbial source. So we'll be working together, but the whole idea now is to have a platform that we can test a few samples or a few diseases. I'm looking at Cameroon now. They did a study looking at yours. They found more Haemophilus decree, but there were other lesions. I believe that if they had also tested them for CL, I can't think so, but it would have been good if they knew. They could have also tested them for cutaneous leishmaniasis. So it's just a way to look at the surveillance, again, from one sample or two samples from the same patient, whether we can test them for a panel of diseases or infections. Dr. Phillips, you have the floor, please.
Yes, I was going to speak on similar lines. As a network, okay, we don't have a lot of resources. So we need to, of course, now we don't have, we are gathering information, but eventually we need to have an approach, a kind of algorithm that the labs will work with. What should be the procedure in terms of the labs in order to save money, especially when a lot of samples are coming? How do you decide those that you test for all the targets, unless it's a multiplex platform where you are likely to discriminate based on one assay? But we'll need to think carefully through cost-saving approaches so that eventually the integration doesn't become too expensive. So we need to have a clear algorithm. If maybe you test, and if it's a multiplex approach, fair enough, but if it's not and you are going to do single assays, which one do you start with, and in which area, and then how do you go on to the next assay? Or that do you decide to go by one and then test a proportion of the ones that don't test positive for your prescribed target for others? So I think we need to, as we meet, think about ways of, because definitely we are going to work with the programs, it's not research. So we should have a clear approach. Then all the countries in the network, we have that approach. Of course, if we get a multiplex assay, then it's easier for all of us because then you have different targets in it, so you're flexible. But if we have to be using single assays, we still need to know how to decide on which one to do first. And thank you.
Yes, this is just to let us reflect and also to look at least using the epidemiology that we know about these diseases to decide on how and which diseases to test for. But it's just for our reflection for this meeting. Okay, so we move on to the next presentation. If
Excuse me, there is a question online, just one. It's from Shizaram. Thank you for these presentations. Are the sites already to screen our patients with non-BU tropical ulcers of cutaneous leishmaniasis in Nigeria? I'm sorry?
If I understand.
Ready to screen our patients with non-BU tropical ulcers of cutaneous leishmaniasis in Nigeria? Are they, well, it says, are they sites already? But I presume it's, are they sites ready to screen?
Okay, so that will go to the Nigerian colleagues to answer for us. IG.
I would prefer Prof.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, Nigerian Institute of Medical Research is equipped to do that, but we need support of the network because we are even thinking of integrating yours into our Ruliosa project that we do for the national program. But since we have not been receiving support from the program, we suspended that idea. But as we're all moving towards integrated approach for the 3 diseases, we are equipped. The only thing we'll need is reagents to do that if the network will support us. Thank you.
okay, so yeah, it's a combination of the lab and epidemiology and surveillance all going together. You know, lab cannot work independent. The national programs have to figure out where diseases are in order to inform the decisions by the lab to test for which and for what. I think it's not a straightforward thing. We need more surveillance information. We also think that I think we should have a good collection, not for the network, but for programs and clinicians who see patients to gather, to develop a database of clinical pictures so that at least we can look at a panel of skin issues that are common in different countries. And maybe through that, we could be able to identify suspected different diseases from the panel of pictures. Okay, no for. Are we ready for another presentation or?
I think we already went for the coffee break. And Well, maybe because I didn't. So we are on the discussion on the steps for integration. Where is the English agenda? English agenda.
So I think we have already discussed on step on the integration in the platform. Nous avons discuté des étapes de la mise en œuvre de l'intégration du PIAN dans la plateforme du diagnostic de l'UCE de Bouroli. Je pense que j'ai résumé déjà, on était d'accord pour le partage des procédures, en travaillant avec les centres qui sont les experts, et quand on essaye de se rapprocher le plus de ce que nous avons déjà évalué dans la mesure du possible pour réduire les coûts, mais aussi pour faciliter les formations et l'harmonisation. Donc, nous allons travailler avec les différentes équipes. Nous allons partager les procédures UB et discuter avec eux. On va voir comment on va évoluer. Donc, je pense que cette discussion, et peut-être je peux partager rapidement l'expérience ou les résultats de la PCR différentielle d'hémophilus du CREI, qui pourrait donc aussi faire partie de ce diagnostic différentiel si nous le souhaitons. Et donc après, c'est le point sur les recherches menées par le laboratoire. S'il y a quelques laboratoires qui ont envoyé leur présentation. Lumfo, do you have my presentation on Hemophilus ducreyi? Please share. Ok, merci. Je voulais partager avec vous le travail que nous avons fait pour la mise en place du diagnostic différentiel pour la détection des hémophilus du CREI que nous faisons aujourd'hui sur tous les échantillons que nous recevons dans le cadre de la surveillance du PIAN. Next slide, please. Donc, dès 2017, le Cameroun a commencé à reporter de sortes des épidémies de plaies ulcératives dans différentes régions. Et les lésions étaient surtout retrouvées chez les enfants. Donc, il y a eu successivement des épidémies 2017, 2018 et 2019. Naturellement, dans ce cas, le Cameroun se tourne vers le Centre Pasteur pour connaître les origines, la cause de ces lésions. Et nous n'avions pas de capacité technique pour pouvoir le faire, sur place. Donc, heureusement, en 2019, l'OMS, à travers les fonds Probitas, a permis qu'on soit équipé, enfin pas vraiment équipé, mais d'avoir tous les réactifs et les consommables nécessaires pour que nous puissions mettre en place. C'est là que nous avons mis d'ailleurs en place le diagnostic sur le pian, mais également de pouvoir faire cette surveillance à la résistance à l'azithromycine et de faire la détection à l'hémophilus ducreyi. Donc, ma présentation sera seulement basée sur hémophilus ducreyi brièvement parce que Serge a déjà parlé du pian. Donc, on a pu installer cette plateforme de détection déjà sur l'UCER de Gourouli. Next. Donc, nous avons pu ainsi tester toutes les... Next, please. Dans tous les échantillons, on avait ainsi gardé les échantillons qui avaient été collectés en 2017. On les a conservés, on a congelé, on a gardé les échantillons jusqu'en 2019. Donc, lorsque nous avons pu mettre en place le diagnostic, on a pu ainsi tester les différents échantillons. Et c'était à la suite de ce que nous avons fait sur le tréponéma. Donc, exactement le même processus. Please, next slide. Le même processus. Et sur les mêmes échantillons, c'est la même extraction. On teste sur le diagnostic du pian et ensuite, sur le même échantillon, le même extrait, on fait aussi hémophilus ducreyi parce que aussi, on s'est rendu compte que de fois, on détectait les deux. Donc, systématiquement, sur l'extraction, on faisait et la recherche du tréponème et la recherche de hémophilus ducreyi. Et les différentes évaluations effectivement que nous avons faites sur les différents gènes avec les protocoles qui existaient nous ont permis de garder pour hémophilus ducreyi les séquences qui étaient sur la région variable de l'ARN 16S sur le domaine 8. Donc, c'est ça qui nous est sorti comme la partie plus stable qui nous donnait les meilleurs résultats et aussi directement applicable par PCR en temps réel. Next slide. Dans les détails des résultats que nous avons obtenus, nous les avons publiés pour montrer que les lésions qu'on avait chez les enfants ne sont pas toujours le pian, parce qu'on suspectait le pian. Next slide. Ça, c'est les zones où il y avait les épidémies dans la région du sud et dans la région de l'est. Donc, les Kingsley sont allés jusqu'à Lomier où ils ont mangé du poisson et du porc épic. Next slide, please. Donc, juste pour vous montrer, dans les 3 outbreaks qu'on avait, au total, c'était 112 échantillons, je crois. Donc, sur le premier outbreak, on avait quand même aussi du pian. Sinon, ça a été essentiellement de l'hémophilus ducreyi que nous avons trouvé chez ces enfants. Donc, ce screening que nous avons fait sur les échantillons qui étaient conservés entre 2017 et 2019 nous permettait de voir que hémophilus ducreyi est vraiment plus fréquemment retrouvé dans les lésions de la peau chez ces enfants, plus qu'on ne le pense pour le pian. Mais aussi, on a quand même telle occasion de confirmer aussi que le pian était bien présent. Next, please. Donc, juste pour vous montrer que depuis ce temps, entre 2021 et 2022, maintenant, lorsque nous recevons les échantillons au niveau du laboratoire pour le diagnostic du pian, on fait systématiquement la recherche aussi de Hémophilus ducreyi. Et donc, on voit bien de plus en que en fonction des régions, parce que toutes les régions ne sont pas pareilles. Donc, c'est un exemple un peu d'intégration aussi de ce diagnostic différentiel. La procédure reste simple. On est bien d'accord que la procédure qu'on applique aujourd'hui sur le pian va être revue dans le cadre de l'harmonisation, mais elle sera toujours valable pour Hémophilus ducreyi parce que c'est le même extrait que nous utilisons pour faire le test de Hémophilus ducreyi. Donc, voilà brièvement cet exemple d'intégration de diagnostic différentiel de Hémophilus ducreyi sur la même plateforme que le pian. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Sarah, for sharing this information with us. But there was no attempt to look at cutaneous leishmaniasis at that time, I suppose, yeah?
Even now, I think we need protocols. We are not doing cutaneous leishmaniasis. So I think we are moving for that. When they will share protocols, we try to standardize so that next time we will also look for cutaneous leishmaniasis. Where there was a suspicion of leishmaniasis, I think in 2018. So in the far north, so it was our histopathological lab. We tried to confirm cases and we sent it to Spain for confirmation. But we are not doing real-time PCR for leishmaniasis till now. We are moving.
Very good. Yes, I think the whole idea of how we can integrate also the lab platform whilst we are integrating case detection, I think should go hand in hand. Hemophilus ducreyi is treated with single dose azithromycin, so the treatment is not quite different from yours. I think we have come to see it's quite common among children as a cause of small ulcers, not large ulcers, but small ulcers that are often on the legs of children. But the treatment with azithro works very, very well. I think when we are talking about also integrated case treatment, integrated case detection, I think based on what was found in Ghana, there were some ideas around how to manage. Richard didn't present that, but that's used. You start with the Yaws treatment, and if it is Yaws or Hemophilus ducreyi, within 4 weeks, you will see the lesions healed. If it is CL, it will not, the azithro or penicillin will not have any effect. So you can also, if you are in doubt in the field where you have no access to the lab, you can do that kind of clinical provide that treatment and see if it will heal. If it heals, fine. If it doesn't heal, then proceed on to look for whether it's CL or something else. we can discuss this later on once they have published the results of the study.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Sarah for the data presented. Yeah, when we started the YOS work sometimes back in 2014, at one point I was wondering and actually getting frustrated that we'll get a lot of lesions that are YOS-like, and they will not have a proportionate proportion of positive cases for yours. And it is, I think, from 2017, 2018 that we started understanding that hemophilus Ducrey could be a differential diagnosis, and has proven to be a serious differential diagnosis in Cameroon for YOS-like lesions. If I refer back to some outbreaks reported from the far north in 2017, 2018, and 2019, they were all reported to us as YOS outbreak. And you know, when the politicians take up, it becomes a serious problem. Many children are having lesions and so on. And they were reported same to WHO that help us with rapid diagnostic tests and azithromycin. We tested so many samples at that time for yours, more than 2,000 samples, and none was positive for yours. And they were asking ourselves what would be the problem. But they responded very well clinically to azithromycin treatment. It is, I think, in 2019 that we were able to note that most of those cases will be hemophilus Ducrey. And the question now was, when those lesions come, we need to mobilize azithromycin, and azithromycin is quickly mobilized when we tag the lesions as yours. But yours is not getting positive, and so it becomes difficult for us to justify the use of azithromycin for yours when it is not yours. So that poses the problem. Now, though they respond very well clinically, just like yours lesions would do, now we are knowing that it is hemophilus Ducrey, and these cases will continue to come, and they are kind of seasonal, especially in that part of the country. I'm bringing this up to say, would we be able to now maybe use the name hemophilus Ducrey to be able to mobilize the treatment azithromycin, given that it responds clinically very well for those lesions as well? Thank you.
I think the hemophilus Ducrey, I believe, also responds well to penicillin. So it's if you don't have azithro and you have penicillin, I think it's also equally fine. You know, penicillin also deals with many other organisms. The donation, as you know, is only for yours. So it's very hard to justify its use for H. Ducrey. But what we have seen in countries where yours exists, H. Ducrey also coexists there. When they do MDA, the lesions, children with skin lesions, all sorts of skin lesions get healed, which is also very, very interesting from the public health approach to MDA. So it's not the extent of the yours in that community, but it has additional impact on other infections that are amenable or can be treated with azithro. So I think I will say that where you are doing MDA, I'm sure there is also H. Ducrey there. I'm sure there are other skin ulcers that will respond to. And part of your measurement of impact, besides looking at yours, is also to see the reduction in skin lesions that appear in the communities or get reported to health facilities. In the Pacific, they were also interested, but it was a complicated study looking at MD on STI. But I don't know how they would do it, knowing that azithro also has some impact on some of the sexually transmitted infections. But sometimes I do hear different stories from beneficiaries of azithromycin during MDA. I will not go into details about that, but it's a wonderful drug. It's a wonderful drug.
Merci pour la parole. En fait, ma préoccupation, je m'adresse au prof Sarah. À ce que je sache, à moins que il y a quelque chose qui ne marche pas chez moi, l'hémophilie du CREI se transmettent par la voie sexuelle. Et c'est une pathologie qui est qu'on retrouve plus chez les adultes que chez les enfants. Et que vous avez retrouvé ça chez les enfants, vous n'avez pas cherché à connaître comment ces enfants sont en contact avec la bactérie en question. C'est un peu ça ma préoccupation. Et quelles étaient les lésions que vous avez rencontrées? Ce sont des ulcères, bien sûr, parce que c'est ce qu'on retrouve aussi chez les adultes, mais en ce moment-là, c'est au niveau de voies génitales, au niveau des pubis. Mais chez les enfants, les lésions étaient localisées à quel niveau? Merci.
Le terrain, j'envoie au terrain.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que l'hémophilie du CREI n'est pas seulement sexuellement transmise. Peut-être il y a d'autres méthodes de transmission qu'on n'a pas bien explorées parce que chez les enfants, je ne crois pas que ces contaminations-là ont été sexuelles. On trouve les lésions sur les membres inférieurs, sur les membres, en fait, surtout sur les membres inférieurs comme supérieurs, mais pas surtout sur la zone génitale externe. Donc, dit que peut-être chez les adultes, on peut, si c'est trouvé au niveau de zone génitale externe, on peut dire que c'est sexuellement transmis, mais chez les enfants, c'est surtout au niveau des membres, les lésions. Et en ce moment-là, je ne pense pas que ça soit sexuellement transmissible. Peut-être il y a d'autres voies de transmission, mais je pense que ça doit être un bactérie qui se trouve aussi dans la nature.
C'est juste de préciser que l'hémophilie du CREI cause deux types d'infections. Le chancre mou, qu'on rencontre chez les adultes, qui est une maladie sexuellement transmissible, et aussi les lésions cutanées. Le souci avec les lésions cutanées chez les enfants, c'est que ça n'avait jamais été investigué. Il y a très peu d'années que cette bactérie a été élucidée comme étiologie des lésions cutanées chez les enfants en Nouvelle-Papouasie-Guinée. Donc, voilà mon avis.
Oui, je voulais demander la parole par rapport aussi au projet PIAN qu'on a fait en Côte d'Ivoire. Et effectivement, on a trouvé aussi beaucoup de co-infections. On a eu des enfants qui avaient H. du CREI et Triponale pallidum. Donc, il y a aussi le problème des co-infections. Donc, nous, on ne sait pas comment les deux bactéries peuvent cohabiter, mais il y a des enfants qui ont eu des co-infections des deux bactéries. Donc, au niveau du traitement, je me dis, si ça soigne ces enfants, l'azithro, même s'ils ont eu H. du CREI, on peut leur donner, puisque les deux bactéries cohabitent dans le même environnement. Et c'est mon plaidoyer par rapport à Dr. Kingsley, que l'azithro a été prévu pour le PIAN, mais H. du CREI et le germe du PIAN sont toujours ensemble. Donc, je pense qu'il faut revoir un peu notre manière de traiter, de ne pas traiter, parce que c'est la même bactérie chez les enfants.
Peut-être juste pour rigoler, si moi j'étais sur le terrain, dans tous les cas, je traite et je dis à l'OMS, PIAN, like, même si après, je lui donne les bons chiffres. Parce que le laboratoire, en fait, répond souvent après. Les données qu'on a eues sur Hémophilus du CREI, ils avaient déjà traité, mais on avait gardé les échantillons depuis 2017. Ce qu'on a pu récupérer comme échantillon, c'est en 2019 ou en 2020 qu'on a mis en place et rétrospectivement et qu'on a dit que c'était de l'hémophilus du CREI à l'époque. Et donc, maintenant, on continue à surveiller. On se rend bien compte que dans la région du Nord, quand on arrive en banking, on a peut-être 60% de nos échantillons qui sont positifs de l'hémophilus du CRI, mais parfois, ils ont déjà traité sur le terrain parce que c'est yours-like et qu'ils nous envoient les échantillons, en fait, pour confirmation. Ils n'attendent pas forcément nos résultats, sauf certains cas particuliers, mais on n'attend pas les résultats pour pouvoir prendre en charge.
Oui, mais dans le cas du projet LAMPHOYOS, on a fait la sérologie sur le terrain avant de faire, comme on dit, l'échantillonnage. Donc, les 10 types ont été positifs. On a pris l'échantillon et c'était H du CREI.
Là, c'était la recherche.
Oui, c'est la recherche, exact.
So as I said, H-Decree responds very well to azithro or penicillin, whichever you have. In a survey we did in Cote d'Ivoire on yours, we tested some children who had yours-like lesions, but the results were negative using yours RDT. But we made a clinical judgment to give them azithro all the same, knowing that they could be H-Decree. And they all got healed very, very well. So depending on what the team decides, they could. It's not mass treatment, but for those individual children, the lesion of H-Decree and yours, very hard to differentiate clinically. So if the test results is negative, I will still give some azithro for the patient. I've shared a Wikipedia link on the platform about H-Decree. Yes, traditionally we knew it as STI, but it's written here more recently that it's been found also to cause chronic skin ulceration away from the genitalia, infect children and adults, and behave in a manner that mimics yours. This strain seems to have diverged quite recently. So, yeah, in the past we knew it as for causing sexually transmitted infection, but these days, for mostly in children, we don't see this in adults at all. The skin ulceration. Yeah.
Dr. Kinsley, I have a question. Sorry. First, yeah, on the ground concerning the notification of cases or suspected cases, which is an important point. What should be the right thing to do, since there is not a high difference between the clinical features between yours and ICE, how to notificate?
I think the yours protocol should be followed, meaning that if you have a suspected case of yours-like, we say yours-like lesion until you can prove by RDT and DPP that they are not. But the lesions are not big, as I said, like Buruli. So definitely you could focus on those small lesions on the legs. We don't have time, but I could have shown you a number of pictures to see how the age decay look like and how the yaws also look like. But sometimes also you have co-infection in the same lesion, which we found during some studies as well. But in terms of notification, it should be on yaws, depends on number of suspected yaws cases, followed by RDT testing. And if the RDT is positive, then you do DPP. Now, if your suspicion is high and you are, as Ernest was saying, they were in the field, they thought there was yaws outbreak. So they were testing and testing. I remember he called me saying that he doesn't know whether the test is good. I said, no, it's correct, because they were expecting to see a lot of positives, but they were seeing too many negatives. They were worried. But I said the same test is giving you a few positives. So it means that the test is working. It's just that I think they were dealing with perhaps age decay or something else. So let's see the notification, especially when you see the gap between suspected, tested, and then the positives. I think, especially among children, it should give us some idea whether we are dealing with large-scale hemophilus decay. Yeah.
There's a comment online. That's from Shirley. Since 1989, we've known age decay causes non-sexual cutaneous lesions. It became of interest when RDT and DDP were positive, but negative for yours. Rather, age decay PCR positive. Even after MDA with azithromycin, yours lesions decline and age decay percentage remains stable or unchanged. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, it remains unchanged because the transmission of age decay seems to be very fast than yours. So even after treatment, yes, they got healed, but if there is any new case, it can infect the children very quickly. So that's why if you do the MDA, you come back later, you may still see some chronic ulcers, but the yours ones will have been healed and gone. Okay, and Sarah, now the agenda is in your hands, I think.
Non, no more any comments. So, pour dire à Kinsley qu'on a besoin de recherche pour comprendre Hémophilus ducreyi, l'évolution, la différence avec de ces nouvelles souches. Donc, des fois, ils nous demandent à quoi sert, pourquoi on va aller chercher. Mais je crois qu'ici, là, il faudra aller faire un peu d'épidémiologie moléculaire pour comprendre un peu l'évolution de ces nouvelles souches qu'on retrouve de plus en plus chez les enfants. Do you want me to move with research update? I sent, did you receive some presentation from some lab to present the update of research?
Yes, I received 3 presentations.
3 presentations?
Yes.
Okay, we can have these 3 presentations.
So the first was by the Musi lab. Please, Lydia, can you confirm if that's your presentation? Great.
Okay. Okay. Good Morning again, and thank you for the opportunity to show some of the work that we've been doing research-wise. So our lab is fairly new in the network, primarily because we've just been doing this really also research, and our activities have been supported by some of the donor or the funders that you can see: University of Ghana Research Fund, GCRF by the Medical Research Council in UK, CAPREX, which is the Cambridge Africa Partnership for Research Excellence Fellowship. Afrique1 ASPA, it's a Wellcome Trust donor-supported consortium. WACBIB, which is the West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens. Alborada, which is a research fund out of University of Cambridge. And we work closely with Sansuez, the Research Scientifique in Côte d'Ivoire. Can you please move the slide? Okay, so I have just about 4 slides to present, just to show you some of the work we've been doing to try and understand transmission of brucellosis. So we were very interested in the zoonotic transmission of not just brucellosis, but other non-tuberculous mycobacteria between humans and small mammals and within the environment. So this is work which was funded by a postdoc fellowship under Afrique1. So you were trying to understand molecular source tracking of the bacterium and use that to understand or predict transmission. And we also did some work to understand some of the demographic risk factors that could pose as a risk for getting infected with these infections. So it was a huge collaboration between University of Ghana, Sansuez, and some of the hospitals within the endemic region. So Saint Michel in Zokugbe, Tabo DSS, all in Côte d'Ivoire, and St. Peter's at Jacobu in Ghana. Next slide, or next, just click. Okay, so this is sort of what we were hoping to come up with, to try and see if we could characterize all the strains that we find, or using molecular characterization methods to see if we could find commonality in people getting infected from the environment and small mammals within these environments. So we can see numbers of positive and negative that we were able to identify both in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, both in humans, the aquatic environment, and in small mammals. Next slide, please. And the bigger picture was for us to combine all of this data with GPS positioning system to try and pinpoint if we can use if we can create a map or a model of co-transmitted areas. And the most fine typing method we were using, apart from IS-244 PCR, was VNTR typing. And Dr. Ablode is sort of a pioneer in that area. So he appreciates how difficult it is to type VNTR profiles from environmental samples. But we were able to identify, this is just showing what we found in Ghana, but we have a similar map for Côte d'Ivoire, areas where you could find common profiles in both the environment, in small mammals that were trapped, and in animals. And it's not too clear here, but where you see the triangle, the red triangle, that's where we were able to identify the profiles Y, X, and W, VNTR profiles Y, X, and W in all 3 areas that we were looking at. Next slide, please. So we were able to get some good publications from this work and train about 6 graduate students, 2 PhDs, and 4 master's students with this work. And we haven't stopped it because you still want to continue surveillance in all these 3 sample types: humans, small mammals, and the environment, to try and further investigate not just Mycobacterium ulcerans, but the role of other mycolactone producers in brucellosis pathogenesis. Next slide, please. Next slide. So project 2 is some work that we did to try and characterize secondary bacterial infections in brucellosis lesions. This was work funded by the University of Ghana Research Fund grant. And we were able to identify both bacterial and fungal pathogens in Borreliosa lesions. We used a variety of microbiological and molecular typing and sequencing methods. Again, we maintained our collaboration that we had with the team in Cote d'Ivoire and in Ghana, and we had partners from the University of Cambridge in here. So as you can see from the graph on the bottom, there's a good spread of both gram-positive and negative bacteria in lesions. And most interestingly, you can also identify yeast and molds within these lesions, which begs to, or starts this whole conversation about co-infection and probably possibility of having mycetoma, probably even in some of these lesions. And we went a step further to look at or characterize the antimicrobial resistance from the strains that we identified. And we grouped them according to whether or not they were Borreliosa patients who were on treatment and who were treatment naive. And the point of doing this was to see if the influx of antibiotics within these patients could cause some sort of resistance in the other bacteria that we find within these lesions. And we don't have too much time to go through that whole graph on the right, but the takeaway message from this is there's a lot of susceptibility to clarithromycin, which is good, both in treatment naive and treatment treated patients. We saw some intermittent resistance in some of the isolates to kanamycin, to hygromycin B, to streptomycin. But rifampicin again was quite effective against some of these other bacterial species that we found. We still want to continue again this work to expand our sample size and also keep surveilling for emerging antimicrobial resistance. Next slide, please. Next slide. Great. Please click again. Okay. So another study that we did, which was funded by the Global Challenge Research Fund and CAPREX, was to try and identify metabolites using metabolomics in Borreliosa lesions to see if we could find any potential biomarkers which could serve as good candidates for the development of rapid diagnostic tests. And the bigger picture was when we get these metabolites, we want to conjugate them on nanoparticles and help facilitate the development of RDTs, because we all know that point of care diagnosis is something which is a priority for WHO. Again, it was a big collaboration, and this time we worked with the School of Pharmacy in the University of Ghana, as well as the Biomedical Engineering Department. Next slide. And to get patients this time, we used WhatsApp to sort of identify cases. So this was an innovation that we developed to put on platforms disease control officers, people at the National Control Program, us researchers, the doctors at the healthcare facilities. So when the community volunteers go and they detect a case which looks like Borreliosa, they take a picture and put it on the platform with basic demographic information. And the clinicians sort of discuss on the platform as to whether it is possible BU. We take a sample, they send it to our lab, we do the diagnosis, send back the results, still using WhatsApp. And then we do our downstream scientific work of the metabolite extraction. Next slide, please. So what we've been seeing so far, and this is still work ongoing, is that there's really a low discrepancy of metabolites between BU and non-BU samples. And this is simply because right now we don't have as many samples as we would want. And the type of sample, whether it's fine needle aspirate, a swab, or a tissue biopsy in very rare cases, differentially influences the recovery of metabolites, either aqueous or fatty acid metabolites from these samples. But what we were very happy about is the sample swabs, or the swabs, were actually a good way of obtaining a lot of material for downstream analysis. And we like that because it's a non-invasive technique. And so if eventually we are able to get down to the pipeline analysis or development of an RDT prototype, swab samples can serve as a very good candidate instead of having invasive sort of methods for obtaining a sample. So we are still working to increase sample numbers and also conduct more targeted and untargeted GCMS and machine learning methods in order to be able to get the best biomarkers. Next slide, please. This was work by one of our graduate students to try and see if we could do, it was quite ambitious, direct sequencing of the plasmid of mycobacterial species from patient samples. And we were using the Oxford Nanopore sequencing platform, next generation sequencing platform. Coupled with this, we did some VNTR typing, and those are the profiles that you can see in the graph on the top left, top right corner. So we're able to profile VNTR samples both in the environment and in humans in Côte d'Ivoire. On the left is what we found in humans, more VNTR profiles in humans compared to on the right, which are in the environment. And this is simply because some of the loci are just so difficult to amplify from the environmental samples. But what we are really very happy about with this work is that we were able to get very long reads using the MinION sequencing platform. It's very easy to use, and you can literally just run it on your laptop. And we were able to assemble 2 genomes, one from a patient sample in Côte d'Ivoire and one from a patient sample in Ghana, which we were able to get AZNI cultures from. We are doing Illumina sequencing right now to sort of help us identify if there are any gaps. But we've loaded all of this on PubMed. So we are still working on whole genome sequencing of these isolates. And the last slide. Next slide, please. Is some other work that we are trying to do to identify whether it's more of trying to predict and analyze host pathogen interactions between Mycobacterium ulcerans during infection. And the research question we are trying to address is whether mycolactin production is regulated whilst it's within the human host, or how it's regulated. And to start this, we did this work in macrophages. So what we did was to co-culture or co-infect macrophages with mycolactin, and then we looked at different time points, 4 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, and 48 hours to analyze using microscopy how the cells are interacting with the macrophage cell lines, and then also to see if we could determine whether gene regulation for mycolactin production markers are happening at the transcriptional level or the translational level. And what we were able to show using some molecular targets, KR, ER, and some accessory genes on the side chain of the toxin, reveal that there is active gene expression, which signifies that whilst the bacteria are within macrophage cell lines, they are actively at least transcribing the mRNA, which is required for assembling the side chain and the core of mycolactin. So we intend to carry out this work some more and do some HPLC and proteomic analysis to see whether it's the translational level that you have more of the regulation or not. So with this, we just want to show some of the work that we've been doing research-wise. And I want to add on that because research scientists like us are actively confirming cases for brucellosis, it is very important that we also get the SOPs which are used by national and WHO to identify and confirm BU cases so that our results tally and we are not doing something on the side and we are actually presenting data which is credible. So thank you, and I'm available for questions if there are any.
So,
I think for the, okay.
So,
nobody online. Please go ahead.
Okay. On the VNTRs, I just would like to hear from your experience on the variability, because when I was doing these studies in LABNET in Delhi, Stanley Brown, we have seen highly variable, moderately variable, and low variable regions. And using these highly variable markers, we looked at the variation within an individual, and from different tissues, the markers varied. So how useful are they in really tracing transmission?
If you're doing transmission across different sample types, so for instance, for us, we're looking at environmental and human samples and using an animal and using that as our final, or should I say our highest order of differentiation. It's not the best. I can tell you it's not the best because of the variability, because of degradation of the DNA that you've even extracted, especially from the environmental samples. So instead of getting a profile which at a particular loci has 2 bands, maybe you get 1 band and a smear. And so it's very difficult to call out what the actual profile is. So, I mean, now we thank God that there's the advent of all these fancy next-gen sequencing methods. So it will be a better approach to do that instead of relying on BTR. I don't know, but Tony can probably add to this because he is.
Just one suggestion on the nanopore. When the technology has evolved, I was conveying this message about the potential use of this in diagnostics to CDC, and they waved their head very badly across. So it's still an evolving technology. It's worthwhile to go back to Illumina and cross-check because the error rate can be quite high, although the reads are long.
Yeah, that's very true. It's very useful for mycobacterial species though, because of the long reads that you get and the repetitive nature of microbacterial genomes. So by all means, up until the technology is top-notch, Illumina sequencing coupled with nanopore is definitely the way to go.
Can we take the next presentation?
Please. We have 2 questions online. Maybe we quickly take them. The first is from Chukwanugu, I guess from Nigeria. I'll read as it is. Just curious on the etiologic agents responsible for occasional wound breakdown, common in grafted BU patients. Could it be as a result of multiple microbial isolates similar in your findings? Could it be genetically related to BU variants in a particular geographical location? That's the first question. Sorry?
You read the next one. Read the next.
Okay. The next question is from Shizaram. Okay.
All right.
I'll start afresh.
Oh,
is it fine?
Yeah. So I haven't seen any reports to date which has proven that there are multiple emulsions variants within the same ulcer. So it's probably still an area which is open for research. But again, these are cost intensive sort of studies where you have to do sequencing to determine what the profile of microbes in there are.
Okay. The second question is from Shizaram. Are there other mycolactin producing mycobacteria besides M. ulcerans?
Oh, yes, there are. There are 5 other mycolactin producing mycobacteria, and each of them make a different congener or variant of mycolactin. And I mean, the most common right now is mycolactin C, which is made by the strains in Australia, whilst the strains in Africa and some parts of Southeast Asia make mycolactin AB. But then there's mycolactin E and F, which are from fish and frog pathogens, Xenopus and Mycobacterium pseudoschottii and Mycobacterium leflandia. So yeah, there are different congeners of mycolactin.
The last comment by Chukwu Anugu. Thank you for the nice presentation. We will take the next. Stop sharing this. So we would give the floor to the Togo team.
Okay,
I'm
merci.
sorry. Can you give me a second? Let me share through Zoom. Sorry about that.
Merci. J'avoue que je n'ai pas bien compris ce qui nous a été demandé. Sinon, moi, je n'ai pas de recherche qui est en cours, mais j'ai cru comprendre que si on pouvait parler de nos perspectives de recherche. Donc, moi, c'est une proposition, ce n'est pas une recherche qui est en cours. Donc, la diapo suivante. Donc, comme je l'ai expliqué hier dans la présentation, nous proposons à partir de l'année prochaine de rechercher les autres pathogènes Voilà, donc je disais tantôt que nous proposons rechercher les pathogènes, notamment le Mycobacterium ulcerans, le pétunier et l'Haemophilus ducreyi, donc sur l'ensemble des échantillons négatifs que nous obtenons à la suite de la détection de Buruli et puis le pian. Donc c'était une idée comme ça qui était venue, mais aujourd'hui, au vu des présentations par rapport à l'étude qui a été faite au Ghana et au Cameroun, je pense que c'est une belle idée. Ce qu'on fera, c'est peut-être d'approfondir l'étude en prenant en compte tous les aspects. Et puis, si avec le réseau, on a finalement les réactifs, je pense qu'on pourra mener cette étude. Voilà. Donc, sinon, ce n'est pas une recherche qui est faite, c'est une proposition. Ça peut aussi intéresser même le réseau. Pour, comme on l'a dit tout à l'heure, que la plupart des plaies, bien que c'est diagnostiqué pour telle ou telle pathologie, ça reste négatif et on pourra trouver d'autres pathogènes qui pourraient expliquer ces symptomatologies observées. Donc voilà, merci.
Oui, merci Maman pour la présentation. Ça commence de toutes les façons, ça nous permet de commencer à entrer à la discussion de demain sur les études collaboratives, effectivement. Et peut-être il faut qu'on voit un peu plus grand que Hémophilus du Crayi et tout le reste et qu'on se dise, mais qu'est-ce qu'on trouve finalement sur ces peaux? Quelles sont les bactéries ou le microbiote qu'on retrouve? Quel est le microbiote ou toutes les bactéries qu'on retrouve effectivement sur ces ulcères? Parce que même lorsqu'on cherche le pien, l'ulcère brûlé, Hémophilus du Crayi, souvent on va rester toujours avec une proportion de négatifs pour lesquels, j'ai envie de dire, on reste sans réponse. Merci.
Merci, docteur Maman. Je pense que on a été séduit. Moi, je propose le projet microbiote des ulcérations cutanées en Afrique. Si on peut demain discuter par rapport à ça pour que des pays participent, qu'on fasse la même chose et on aura un peu l'idée du microbiote des plaies des enfants en zone tropicale. Merci.
Dr. Maman, you'd want to use multiplex PCR on samples that test negative for BU. Yes, on samples that initially tested negative for BU. So I was wondering what targets you would use. What target are you going to use in the multiplex? Granting that the first you use IS2404. So in the multiplex, what target are you going to use?
We should not use again, we should not test it again the BU. It's for other pathogen. No, because the first intention is to detect BU, but some proportion has been positive for BU, and the negative sample should be looked for another pathogen. It's not clear. Bon, just was an idea. And as the contribution of each other will more precise this.
Non, merci beaucoup. Je voulais juste suggérer, compte tenu de ce que nous avons quand même des recherches qui ont été faites, même si elles ne sont pas très nombreuses, en Afrique sur les étiologies des plaies. Nous sommes confrontés à des difficultés d'ordre diagnostic sur le terrain et surtout lorsque les PCR reviennent négatifs, on ne sait pas à quoi penser. Je propose que nous puissions, pourquoi pas, faire une revue de la littérature de ces études. Par exemple, au Cameroun, Médecins sans frontières a fait une étude qui nous permet quand même, face devant des cas de PCR négative, PCR Buruli négative, de pouvoir penser dans 21% des cas, en fonction des âges bien entendu, à des causes vasculaires ou à des causes non infectieuses. Donc, je propose, dans la perspective en fait de développer des projets de recherche, que nous puissions à côté faire un recensement dans une revue de ces études-là. Merci.
Noted. Yes. And okay. So if there is nobody online, no problem.
Serge, do you want to comment on the microbiota since you make some review, please? We did some review on.
Merci. J'ai déjà eu à faire une revue sur le microbiote des lésions cutanées. Donc, pour ce qui concerne les lésions cutanées similaires au pian, une étude a été faite en Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée et on a découvert d'autres bactéries comme Haemophilus ducreyi notamment, Corynebacterium, certains streptocoques, comme d'autres étiologies de ces lésions cutanées de type pian. Mais il y a un bon nombre de lésions qui sont restées idiopathiques, dont on ne connaît pas la cause. Pareil, pour l'ulcère de Burili, il y a une étude qui a été aussi faite. Je pense que les écouvillons ont été prélevés quelque part au Ghana et toujours dans les Philippines. Et c'était juste sur 5 échantillons. Donc, on ne peut pas tirer des conclusions à partir des études de métagénomique sur 5 échantillons. Déjà que sur les 5 échantillons, il y avait juste 2 qui étaient d'ulcère de Buruli et 3 qui étaient non ulcère de Buruli. Donc, à ces études, ce qu'il faut associer pour limiter les mauvaises interprétations, c'est faire une étude du microbiote qui intègre les peaux intactes d'abord des personnes ayant l'ulcère de Buruli, ces ulcérations, les personnes, des témoins avec des peaux intactes non malades, des personnes ayant des lésions traumatiques plutôt. Cela permettra de screener l'abondance relative des pathogènes à travers une étude métagénomique. Donc, qui pourra, à partir de la diversité des micro-organismes, donc qui est l'étude du microbiote, de décider qui est pathogène ou pas. Voici une piste qu'on pourra investiguer. Merci. Et juste un petit autre commentaire. L'avantage que nous avons, c'est que nous formons un réseau des pays qui sont endémiques à ces maladies. Donc, on pourra évaluer la diversité de ces micro-organismes ou l'abondance relative en fonction de l'environnement et du mode de vie pour limiter au maximum les biais d'interprétation.
We are sorry for the slight glitch. So we give the floor to the RDC team for their presentation on research updates. Thank you.
OK, merci pour la parole. Mais c'est comme les profs maman venaient de le dire tout à l'heure là. J'ai vu ces documents ce matin parce que je dormais déjà quand on avait balancé. Alors, j'ai pris ce que je pouvais prendre et je me suis dit, je ne peux pas aller un peu en désordre. Je vais, comme j'avais déjà parlé hier de nos perspectives de l'année 2023 et en tenant compte de nos moyens, je me suis dit que je reste dans ce que j'avais dit hier. Alors, qu'est-ce que j'avais dit hier? Que nous sommes en train de faire une étude exploratoire de l'IB, de l'ICA de Boroli. Hier, j'avais parlé dans le pays, mais dans les pays, ça demande gros, ça demande beaucoup d'argent. Mais là, je me suis réservée uniquement dans la ville-province de Kinshasa. Parce que nous avons eu à confirmer les cas de lycée de Borolé. Et c'est comme ça que nous avons dit, nous avons beaucoup de terrains marécagés. Hein, il y a plusieurs communes qui sont comme ça. Alors, il serait mieux de préciser par où on peut trouver le lycée de Borolé. Alors, nous, là, comme objectif général, c'est d'abord évaluer l'ampleur de la pathologie dans la ville, comme je vais me le dire. Mais pour y arriver, il faut rechercher les cas suspects dans les différentes zones de santé. Nous en avons au moins plusieurs. Nous devons parcourir toutes les zones pour pouvoir trouver les cas. Et quand nous les avons trouvés, il faut maintenant confirmer par PCR. Et ça va nous permettre de déterminer par la suite la cartographie de lycée de Borolé dans la ville-province de Kinshasa. L'équipe collaboratrice, c'est toujours l'INEB, comme nous n'avons pas d'appui. Et c'est l'équipe de l'unité des mycobactéries qui est chargée de cela. Et comme résultat préliminaire, là, je n'ai pas les données avec moi. Au moins, j'ai une idée sur ce que nous avons déjà sur 35 zones de santé qui est dans la ville-province de Kinshasa. Nous avons déjà confirmé dans 5 zones de santé. Mais les pourcentages, je ne saurais pas vous donner maintenant là. Peut-être qu'à la longue, on pourra vous donner tous les éléments possibles pour être pour être au complet. Voilà ce que je pouvais vous dire. Mais néanmoins, comme Dr Maman et les profs Solange l'a souligné tout à l'heure, nous recevons les cas suspects du lycée de Borolé, mais en réalisant la PCR, il y a des cas qui reviennent négatifs. Nous réservons, que ce soit les suspensions ou les ADN, nous les conservons. Là, c'est pour qu'avec le temps, nous puissions aussi chercher à connaître les négatifs. Qu'est-ce qui était dans les négatifs? Et là, ça demande un peu de possibilités pour pouvoir arriver à déterminer. J'ai aimé la présentation de ce matin du Ghana, là où on avait, parmi les échantillons négatifs, on a dit retrouver là-dedans le cas de Pion, les cas de Leishmania et j'ai oublié d'autres pathologies. Je pense que c'est ce que nous avons à l'idée pour le faire. Autre chose est que dans les plaies ulcérées, il y a toujours les bactéries de surinfection. Comme on venait de les énumérer là, les corynebactéries, on ne manque pas. Les staphylococcus aureus, on peut toujours en trouver. Et aussi, ce matin, c'était bien d'apprendre aussi que les hémophilus dicréi, et on pouvait aussi poser un problème de santé chez les enfants en donnant les lésions comme les ulcères. Parce que moi, dans ma tête, c'est par la voie sexuelle. En tout cas, c'est un problème qu'on retrouve chez les adultes que chez les enfants. Donc, tout ça là, ça entre dans des cas de recherche. Nous allons aussi chercher à voir dans nos échantillons que nous avons ou les échantillons que nous aurons par la suite, est-ce que nous avons aussi les cas d'hémophilus dicréi chez nous dans les plaies ulcérées? Merci.
Thank you. And the next presentation.
The next presentation is the Ghana team, so they should be teaming up while I share the slides. I have two that have been given me now. Yes, for now. I'm hoping to get more.
So we can have the two remaining presentation. The other one will integrate the discussion during the tomorrow. We have a discussion tomorrow on collaborative studies. And so we can continue the discussion so that we do not be too late. We are already out of.
All right, so thank you very much. I'm going to do this one for KCCR, and then Richard Akufu will do the Noguchi one. There are some overlaps in the studies, but we'll complement each other with those studies. Currently, we are presenting studies mainly on how to improve treatment and care of patients that we treat. So basically, after publishing the initial work that brought in clarithromycin and rifampicin led by WHO, we started looking at ideas as to how to tweak the treatment to make it better for the patients, and indeed actually to look at how to shorten treatment. So the studies I'm presenting, you see that most of them are geared towards tweaking the treatment to see if we can get a better regimen that is shorter and likely to improve the outcomes in such patients. So next slide, please. So this study is on evaluating nitric oxide generating dressings to improve the management of brucellose. The main idea behind this study is we've already done work with nitric oxide releasing dressing, and we showed that it kills the organisms when they are exposed to it. And so following introduction of clarithromycin and rifampicin, we said, okay, if this does killing and the RC also does killing, then once we combine the two, potentially it will give us the chance to shorten the treatment. So there are two regimens, standard regimen, rifampicin, clarithromycin, and then those receiving rifampicin, clarithromycin with the nitric oxide releasing dressings as a top-up, and with the hope that that will shorten treatment. And we are looking at viability, looking at killing of the organisms in the two regimen to see if they potentially, when exposed, whether one of them is superior to the other. And incorporated within the study is a lot of capacity building, because we think that neglected diseases are neglected, and we need to leave the next generation of scientists behind. And so the idea is doing a lot of training within this, so that when we have left the scene, there will be the next generation of scientists. So there's a lot of PhD training and master's training as part of this. This study is ongoing and results will be available later. Next slide, please. This study, the SHARP, the Skin Health Africa Research Project, it's a joint project with Noguchi and also the team from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and also the team from Ethiopia. And basically, there are two aspects of this study. Next slide, please. I'll show this on the next slide. There are two main aspects. The study is looking at evaluating, because so far, let me explain, so far we've focused on developing the tools that we need, diagnostic tools, treatments. Those are the things we've been doing, spending a lot of time. But to achieve the roadmap 2030, there are other aspects that we think need to be addressed concurrently. Because once you have the two
How do you use it? How do the patients get the treatment to improve healing outcomes? Because if they have the treatment and they have challenges walking to the treatment center or assessing the diagnostic test, we are looking at the social things and the other things in the health systems that potentially will affect the patient receiving or having improved healing outcomes. And so there's a big social science component to this that the Noguchi is leading. And then incorporated within the study is also a clinical trial that is looking at high dose rifampicin combined with clarithromycin, because we think that that potentially can help us to shorten the treatment. And so one group of patients are receiving high dose rifampicin together with the clarithromycin with the DACC dressing, and the others are receiving standard dose rifampicin and clarithromycin for 8 weeks. So one is getting 4 weeks, the other one is getting 8 weeks. So we think that, I mean, of course, we've had rifampicin around for a little bit. If we are able to increase the dose that has been shown to be safe, and together with the standard care, we'll see which one will do the trick. And we are looking at doing all these to improve the care of such patients. And within this study, we have an economist as part of it, evaluating the economic aspects of it, because we don't think about that one too. How much is costing everybody in doing whatever we are doing? So we have a lot of economic studies going on alongside this to see if we can generate some data that will be relevant to the NTD world. So that's that study. It's still cooking. Results will be shared later. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is how we went about this. I'm not going to go into this because it's going to waste time. So next time we can discuss that. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, no, can you go back one? Right, so this study is a study that we did with the Ghana Health Service, and is sponsored by ANESVAD, and Noguchi is also involved in that, teaming up with the Ghana Health Service to implement a program of integration, a program of integration for 15 districts in Ghana. Our center was responsible for doing the diagnostics for 7, and Noguchi was responsible for doing 8 of them. And so basically the study has, this implementation work has gone on for a bit and is due to end in October 2022. And our role was providing the diagnostics. We're doing Buruli diagnostics. We're doing yours PCR as well alongside, and the same as Noguchi as well. We're doing some azithromycin resistance studies. So we've got some protocols already and there that we can share with the network. So we've been doing this, and the results have not all been put together. What I have is the diagnostics that our center has been doing. Next slide, please. Yes, so basically I started from 2018 through to 2022. 2020 was, I'm sure you all know the things that happened in 2020, 2021 was a difficult time. But 2018, we did have quite a number of cases and positives based on what were brought to us from the 7 districts. But 2020 and 2021, the cases have been fairly low. And now that the study is also closing. So next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so we had yours cases also come. Mainly they were using the RDT. Occasionally they will bring a sample for yours PCR as well. So those that we received, we carried out the PCR on them. And so we have data on them. There were not so many of them. Most of them had the RDT instead. Next slide, please. And then this last study that I'll present is also a treatment study. I think some of the groups have already mentioned this yesterday. The BLMS for BU is being done to also shorten the treatment from 8 weeks to 4 weeks. This time, the strategy is adding on amoxicillin clavulanic acid. So it's a triple bump to try to shorten it to 4 weeks. They're all very interesting strategies, and this one is running along many countries. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, and so an initial phase had been started in Benin, and Ghana, Togo, and Cote d'Ivoire are supposed to tag on to also add to the numbers. And for Ghana, we are still in the hands of the FDA and the Ghana Health Service. Once the permissions are received, then Ghana can join. But I think Togo and Cote d'Ivoire are also doing their ethics approval, yes, and maybe to start soon. So it's many countries working together on this multi-center trial, BLMS for BU. And we are working together with the University of Zaragoza and sponsored by ANESFAD, at least the Ghana component, yes, is sponsoring that. Next slide, please. And so these are all the partners in the consortium. I mean, Ghana, it's KNUST, KCCR, Ghana Health Service, and then all the other countries, the consortium members are in there. And I'll say that the real issue with the clinical trials is increased case detection to be able to find the cases, because that's the biggest challenge. Most of the headaches I have due to finding cases. We think that there are still cases and we need to find them. How to find them? You need the money to find it. You need active case finding to go into it to find the cases. And that is the biggest challenge of most of these cases, that if you ask me. Thank you.
Dr. Phillips for the update. We have the last one to take.
Oh, okay, you have the floor, the Noguchi team.
Okay, thank you. Clearly it's lunchtime, and we just heard that there's a triple bump. And hopefully when that is applied, we really also will begin to run away. We will share a few research updates from Noguchi with you. Next slide. So as Prof. Phillips presented, we have been working together on the SHARP project, which is trying to look at leprosy, borreliosa, cutaneous leishmaniasis in Ethiopia, and yours in Ghana. And Noguchi has been leading more on the formative research aspects, trying to look at the experiences of people who are living with these conditions with a view to design an intervention that can help to reduce stigma among the people, while the clinical trial is working on managing the ulcers and reducing the treatment periods. It's still early days and data collection and trial recruitment is ongoing, and we look forward to sharing the results of these studies when they are done. But it's exciting that we are going to look at these not only from the molecular lab aspect, but from both social science angle as well as the science, social science, and as well as the molecular science. The second project we'll talk about is a prospective evaluation of a dry reagent-based LAMP test for diagnosis of Buruli ulcer in Ghana. It's championed by Dr. Ablode, and a lot of work has been ongoing. It's a collaboration between the National Buruli Ulcer and Yaws Control Program, Noguchi, and 2 major hospitals in Ghana, Tetekwashi, Gan West Municipal Hospital. Preliminary results available suggest a sensitivity of about 80%, and so far specificity is 100%. We intend to continue prospective recruitment of cases to be able to fully validate this and to see its role in the point of care diagnosis of Buruli ulcer. Next slide. We are very mindful of lunch. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you all for the updates. We'll have more time to discuss some of these tomorrow and also perhaps this afternoon. Any quick comments? I would like us to, we have to be back at 3 o'clock because the next presentation, for the sake of time constraint, we have to start at 3 o'clock our time. So let us remember to be back 5 minutes to 3 for our, if you want to disrupt our lunch with.
Doc, please, I'm not disrupting. I'm interested in the research by Dr.
Okay, I'll suggest you discuss over lunch so that you can save all of us. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Kingsley, please. Je vois que nous avons un peu de temps devant nous. Donc, après le déjeuner, il y a la présentation des protocoles PCR pour le mi-septembre. Ça nous prendra, on a prévu 1 heure, mais ensuite, on a mis discussion et clôture. Donc, je voulais qu'on fasse qu'on commence la réflexion avec des petits groupes de travail. Déjà, pendant cette période, je viens de vous envoyer les certificats. Donc, on va les valider. Vous pouvez regarder les certificats d'adhésion tels que nous avons discuté hier, que nous devions avoir des certificats d'adhésion au réseau. Je viens de vous partager les drafts que nous avons revus. Dr Barogui a jeté aussi un coup d'œil, professeur Soulange. Donc, je viens de vous les partager. Nous allons les valider enfin cet après-midi. Je voudrais aussi qu'on fasse 2 autres groupes de discussion déjà peut-être pendant 30 minutes pour 2 choses. Déjà, la visibilité. Hier, nous avons dit comment est-ce que nous pensons améliorer la communication. Avec professeur Richard Phillips, on a discuté aussi de comment est-ce que nous pouvons valoriser, qu'on peut lister 1, 2, 3, peut-être manuscrits qui permettent aussi de valoriser le travail que nous faisons. Donc, je voudrais qu'un groupe se penche déjà sur ça. Et le deuxième groupe, hier, on a aussi dit que nous allons travailler sur le reporting des data en ligne, des données en ligne. Donc, Kisley a aussi dit qu'on essaye de voir ensemble quelles données nous voulons saisir pour que les données soient disponibles en ligne. Donc, il faudrait également qu'on avance sur ces aspects pendant que je pense que nous aurons un peu de temps et ça nous permettra, comme ce n'était pas forcément sur l'agenda, d'avancer aussi sur ce point. Je vous remercie. Bon appétit.
So, and maybe Numfo can put these points on a slide so that we can Okay, so let us start this afternoon or late afternoon session. We'll start with, so, Prof, yeah. So we start with Professor Fahal, then Wendy and Sa will follow. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the microphone. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude for the kind invitation to attend this an important meeting for advocacy and awareness on mycetoma. This is the junction between the White Nile and the Blue Nile. And from here, the Nile, the Great Nile starts and then go all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. I would like you to come and see this nice scenery at the junction, and you will be my host when you come there. Again, my name is Professor Fahal. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to talk about mycetoma diagnosis, the challenges, the opportunities. And this is an important topic because the treatment of mycetoma and the management depends mainly on a proper and appropriate diagnosis. The main objective of this presentation, it is to share experience on mycetoma diagnosis, okay. All right. Thank you. Again, I would like to declare no conflict of interest in this presentation. As we saw yesterday, mycetoma is one of the badly neglected tropical diseases. It is a unique neglected tropical disease. Here you can see how massive, shattering, and disabling condition in these patients. It ended in amputation. As you know, there are two types of mycetoma. You have the eomycetoma caused by certain fungi, and these are the most important causative organisms. Currently, with this, there are around seven microorganisms can cause mycetoma. Hello? And here, these are the common groups that can cause mycetoma. And we managed to isolate more 3 causative organisms causing eomycetoma. And now we are publishing another 2 new organisms causing mycetoma as well. For the actinomycetoma, there are 4 different groups commonly involved in causation of mycetoma. Strotomycin somaliensis, Actinomadura maduri, Actinomadura pelletieri, and the Rocardia species. These are the common causative agents for actinomycetoma. Interesting enough, although it is caused by different organisms, but the clinical presentation is the same, indicating that there is shared characteristics of the causative organisms for the mycetoma. The clinical presentation starts as a simple mass like this, painless, subcutaneous, gradually increasing in size. Daughter nodules may develop along the course of the disease, and then eventually will end in a problem like this, massive disease deformities. It may take quite a long time. The progress is not so rapid. It is a painless condition, low socioeconomic status, and many patients present late. This is a full-blown mycetoma lesion, multiple lesions, subcutaneous masses, multiple sinuses, discharge of the seropurulent or a purulent one containing grains. We have 4 types of grains: the black, the white, the yellow, and the red. And here you can have some clues about the diagnosis of mycetoma based on the clinical examination alone, but it is not always accurate. It can be as this: in the foot, the hand, the side, the groin. And here you can have the same organisms or different organisms. It can be bacterial, it can be bacteria, can be fungal type. And here the diagnosis is very vital, very important, and the treatment is difficult because you have to combine both antibacterial, antifungal treatment for the mycetoma treatment of a patient like this. A battery of investigation are required to confirm the diagnosis of mycetoma. As I mentioned, we can start by the clinical examination, but as I mentioned, it is not a very accurate. It may be deceiving, and it may be giving the patient the wrong treatment for quite a long time, and the diagnosis is not accurate. Basically, we need to have 2 important issues in the diagnosis. First, we need to identify the causative agent to the level of the species. Here we have cytology, we have histological diagnosis, culture, and recently the molecular diagnosis of mycetoma. Here you can see the cytology. It is a simple, relatively not very much invasive like the surgical intervention, and this is the technique. We have a clinic for cytology at the mycetoma center once per week. This is one of the patients with a massive hand mycetoma, and here you can see starting the process, cleaning the area where you're going to have the cytology aspiration. And these are the equipments, are very simple. It is a needle and a syringe and slide and the stain. We have 2 types of techniques here. If the sinuses are numerous, are big, you can insert a needle into one and can insert the syringe in the sinuses, and then you can aspirate the fluid from there. Lucky enough, I would like to have some grains available. If there is no grains, there is no diagnosis for mycetoma patients. This is the technique. Simply can put the syringe inside the sinus and aspirate. Very simple technique. Sometimes it is not easy to find a sinuses open with discharge. Here we'll use the syringe and the needle. We do at least 3 aspirations from the lesion. Nowadays, we are combining the ultrasound examination to increase the yield of the test. And we published on that, we found using ultrasound is important to improve the specificity and the sensitivity of the test. Most probably, the cytology is negative. No grains were aspirated, and in the smear showed only inflammatory cells. Here you have to do a surgical intervention, a deep surgical biopsy, Superficial biopsies and the local anesthesia commonly will yield no grains. And as I mentioned, no grains, no mycetoma diagnosis. Sometimes you need to have a general anesthesia, a spinal anesthesia. And that's important to have a proper excision of the mass for histological diagnosis. Usually our technologists are available in the operating theater. They immediately take the specimen and then they process the grains and the tissues. Usually we take two types of specimens, one in normal saline for culture, and the other one in formalin normal saline, and this is for histopathology. And very important not to confuse the two specimens, because if you send the histology with normal saline, that will not be used. And this is the grains at the bottom of this tube. Very important to take a good amount of grains, because we're going to use them for culture, for PCR, and for microscopic examination at this. Immediately we do a microscopic examination to see the hyphae and to look into under the background of these hyphae inflammatory cells on this side. And this is a microscopic appearance of the one of the fungi, and you can see the hyphae at this side. Very important to do the culture, and the culture media depends on the suspected causative organisms. If it is fungi, we add antibiotics. If you think this is an actinomycetes, then we don't add antibiotics to the media. Otherwise, you'll have problems with the growth of this. And we keep the media under optimum temperature incubator until we find the growth. And that may take about 3 to 4 weeks. And we never discharge this media as negative until we are sure that it is past more than 4 weeks. These are some photos of the culture in the media. And this is the site. This is the microscopic appearance at this site. Very important to look into the histological diagnosis for this patient. And this is a grain, Madurellum antisemitus, with some inflammatory cells around. And here you can use the naked eye or microscopic eye to look into the structure of the grains at this site. I'm glad to say that I have a PhD student. She finished her PhD from mathematical sciences, and now she can diagnose the different types of mycetoma using a mathematical model, artificial intelligence technique with accuracy more than 94%. And that can be very helpful. Where centers, there is no histopathological assistant, so everybody can go to the application and look into it, and they can have some diagnosis for mycetoma. Again, this is a historical slide. Very interesting. We are seeing the grains within a blood vessel, which is not a very common feature. And that may indicate that the blood-borne route may be one of the routes for the spread of the mycetoma infection. Again, it is important to determine the extent of the mycetoma. And here we use imaging techniques, plain X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, and CT scan. Now at the center, the ultrasound, it is a routine test to diagnose mycetoma. It is a simple, non-invasive, quick, and it can differentiate between the mycetoma lesion and non-mycetoma lesions. With experience, it can differentiate between the actinomycetoma and eomycetoma lesions. Nowadays, we are using MRI extensively to determine the extent of the lesion. Here you can see how massive the disease, complete destruction of the metatarsal and the tarsal bones, invading the skin and subcutaneous tissue. And this is a Saudi patient. She came to the center about a few days ago, and she was moving around from center to center in Saudi Arabia for 7 months without proper diagnosis. X-ray, it can be a very important tool. It can differentiate between the actinomycetoma and eomycetoma. The eomycetoma commonly have few number of cavities, large in volume with well sclerotic margin, while the actinomycetoma has small, numerous cavities. And this is commonly seen at advanced disease with bone destruction and involvement. In general, ladies and gentlemen, the available diagnostic tools are invasive, are expensive, it has many shortcomings. And here, this is the problem. We're looking for a test that can be done at the field with high sensitivity and high specificity. The tools should be combined. We must have an X-ray, MRI, culture, cytology to reach a diagnosis. And again, this is one of the shortcomings. You don't have one single test to diagnosis. You need to combine these tests to have a diagnosis for a mycetoma patient. As mentioned yesterday, currently there is no point of care test. And this is a major problem with mycetoma management. Hence, most of the patients present late because of the low socioeconomic status, health education is very low, and they have to travel to centers where the diagnosis can be achieved. And this is an important cause for the late presentation. This is one of the patients. He came late with mycetoma of the knee, spreading to the inguinal region, and you can see how massive he had a cervical excision, he had a recurrence, and again, this is the MRI showing a massive subcutaneous and cutaneous lesion with bone involvement. This patient had a spread to the chest, and you can see the chest is almost completely affected by the grains. All these are cavities full of grains. And he started to cough these grains, this gentleman. This is another patient with massive mycetoma. He had disarticulation of the whole lower limb. And the problem that it extended from the lower limb, abdominal cavity, the pelvic region, affecting the whole pelvic viscera at this side. It had spread to the chest. And here you can see how massive the problem is. He started to cough these grains. And we did a smear on this. It was very clear this is a mycetoma causative agent with some candida infection on top of that. And here you can see the whole hemithorax replaced by inflammatory fluid. And this is an end stage of this patient presentation. This is some photos from the lab. I would like to share with you this video on our lab. We are applying in the lab good medical laboratory practice. And we have a monitor arrive to the center every 6 weeks from Kenya, Nairobi, to make sure everything it is done according to the international guidelines for the laboratory work. This is the reception of the lab. This is the PCR section, RNA isolation at this site. And here you can see this is the section for the mycology. This is the general area of the lab. We are having here the general diagnostic equipments, the storage facilities, and we're having at the lab a biobank. Every specimen taken from patients at the center or in the field has a number available in this biobank, and will show the time, the place for isolation and collection, and where is these isolates at the mycetoma center storage facilities. I would like to share with you this video. I hope it will work. Yes. And this is our another section of the center, and this is the Al Hassan Yeah. Yeah, this is the Hassan Center for Neglected Tropical Disease Clinical Trial Center. Newly established. Here, we're working on neglected tropical diseases clinical trial. We have the facility for 24 beds, lab, data center, different operating theater. We have a pharmacy in this unit, and this is the main corridor of the center. You can see in different sides, you can see the ward, you can see the operating theater. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for this very detailed presentation on clinical diagnosis, sample collection, all the imaging techniques for diagnosing mycetoma, as well as the treatment options. After the video, then move on to the next presentation. And then once we have taken all, we can open the floor for questions.
Hi, Wendy. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Wendy.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, nice seeing you. Looking forward for your presentation.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Thank you for the organizers for giving this opportunity to talk about the molecular diagnosis in mycetoma. I named this presentation from the development to implementation. So as addressed by Professor Verhaal, mycetoma can be caused by a large number of causative agents. It can be caused by bacteria and by fungi. And in a review I prepared in 2013 already, we found that the most common causative agents of actinomycetoma were Actinomadura maduriae, Streptomyces somaliensis, and Actinomadura pelletri, and Nocardia brasiliensis. But this differs per region in the world. So in Africa, we see mostly Actinomadura maduriae and Streptomyces species. While in Latin America, Nocardia brasiliensis is the most common. Furthermore, since gathering this information, at least 10 novel species have been identified. And as Professor Verhaal already mentioned, this list is still growing. If we look at the fungi, also a large number of fungal causative agents have been implicated in mycetoma. And these include Margella mycetomatis and Falciformis spora senegalensis. But if we look worldwide, Margella mycetomatis is the most common causative agent. And like with the bacteria species, this list is not complete, as new causative agents have been identified in the recent years, and these were at least 25 different causative agents. So does it matter? Do we really need to identify to the species level, or is it enough to be able to differentiate if the causative agent is a bacteria or a fungus? Well, if you take this example and look at the mycetoma causative, the fungal mycetoma causative agents, and we look at itraconazole, the drug currently in use to treat mycetoma, we see that Margella mycetomatis, Falciformis spora senegalensis, and Frumentosphaeria griseae have relatively low MICs against this drug. However, Medicopsis rumroy at the highest concentrations of this drug. Although we currently still don't know if this has clinical implication, it is certainly something we need to be aware of. So as Professor Verhaal already elegantly showed, the diagnosis starts with the clinical diagnosis, and the surgical biopsy is taken for histology and culture. However, misidentifications have been common, simply because most of the cultures lack identificative features. Most of the cultures are sterile and don't produce conidia. So if we look at, for instance, the Pasteur collection and the British culture collection, they look back in their historical collections. And from the 28 strains identified as Frumentosphaeria griseae, actually 22 were misidentified. And this was only seen after doing molecular identification. So molecular identification is currently the only manner to identify the causative agent to the species level, simply because most of the causative agents lack very discriminative features. But what would we need to be able to implement molecular diagnosis? Well, of course, the first requirement is DNA. But the early molecular diagnostic tools were developed on strains. And if we take a grain and we put it on a culture media, it can take up to 6 weeks to growth. Some of the earlier growth will be observed earlier, of course, but you need enough fungal biomass to isolate DNA. So to get DNA from a culture, you take 6 weeks from the start of the sampling till you have your DNA and can run your PCR. So it would be much better if you could isolate DNA directly from grains. Unfortunately, the grain is a very difficult structure to disrupt. It's a protective structure and is designed in such a way by the fungus to be able to survive in a hostile environment, such as the host. So we did several tries to get DNA out of these grains. And the first one was actually beating and then do the classical CTAP chloroform technique. But we didn't get amplifiable DNA. Then we looked into the bacterial fungal prep from Zymo, which has beating with Bayesian beads included in their protocol. And again, this worked very good for cultures, but it didn't work for the fungal grains. Then we decided to use metal beads. And we did this first by combining metal beads with the QIAGEN DNA Easy plant mini kit. And for the first time, we did get amplifiable DNA from grains. Then we combined these metal beads with the Zymo fungal bacterial DNA isolation kit. And again, we got amplifiable DNA. But was there a difference? Well, if you look at this picture, you see that the DNA isolated with the metal beads and the Zymo kit gave much better DNA and all the samples were amplifiable. However, if we isolated with QIAGEN, we did get some amplifiable DNA, but not as much as with the Zymo kit. So this kit proved to be the most efficient one for isolating DNA from grains. So the next step you need would be to have a molecular identification tool. So to have a PCR or an other amplification technique. But unfortunately, they were not available for many of the mycetoma causative agents. And currently there have been assays developed for Margella mycetomatis, Pseudomycetomatis, and Scedosporium boydii. So the first PCR was already developed in 1999 by Abdallah Ahmed. And this PCR makes use of the observed ITS region of fungi. So this region can be amplified by fungal specific primers at the 18S and 20S region, but you can also use the variable ITS regions to develop primers which are specific for your causative agent. And Abdallah Ahmed did this by developing two primer pairs, primer pair A and primer pair B, on different areas in the ITS region. And this was done by comparing many of the fungi, so the Margella species, compared to their close relatives. So at the time that this PCR was developed, it was validated against 40 different Margella mycetomatis isolates, Tremetasphaeria griseae, Nigrogrona mckinnioni, Megapopsis romeroi, and Pyranogeta inguis. And it only was able to amplify Margella mycetomatis. Clinically, it was validated by 2 patients in Mali and 2 patients in Mexico. So in Mali, there were 2 patients with black grain mycetoma, and the colony resembled Margella mycetomatis. DNA was isolated from the colony, and Margella mycetomatis PCR-A was positive, and ITS sequencing confirmed the identity. So the conclusion from this paper was that Margella mycetomatis specific PCR-A was able to identify these cases to the species level. Then we did the same trick in Mexico. So again, we saw 2 patients with black grain mycetoma, and the colony resembled Margella mycetomatis. Then we did a PCR-B, and we found out that our patients, patient 1 and patient 2, amplified with this PCR. But as a control, we didn't only include Margella mycetomatis, which you can see over here. We also included the other Margella species, Margella pseudomycetomatis, Fahali, and Tropicana. And to our surprise, they also generated a band on the same size. So PCR-B was not able to differentiate those species. So then we did PCR-A because it worked in the case of the Mali patients. So the 2 Margella mycetomatis isolates did give the band of the expected size. But if you look at our 2 patients, patient 1 and patient 2, we do see a band, but it was much higher. It was not the same size of the Margella mycetomatis PCR. However, if you look at this line, the Margella pseudomycetomatis cases, they also generated this specific band. So the conclusion was that Margella PCR-A was able to differentiate to the species level. However, it cross-reacted with Margella pseudomycetomatis. And when we sequenced this PCR product, it appeared to be cross-reacting not with the ITS region, but with a novel gene not found in genomes before. So we used this unique gene to develop actually a new species-specific, we used this information, and we decided we needed to develop a new species-specific PCR. And we took a different approach, because with the ITS region, the downside is that most of the fungal species up to date are not identified. So we are not 100% sure if the ITS region is specific enough. So for this approach, we actually looked at the Margella mycetomatis genome, which was been sequenced by then, and we looked at unique protein encoding genes. And the reason why we looked for protein encoding genes was that these were most likely to be more conserved. And by looking at unique proteins, we hoped that we could find a more specific PCR. So we looked at 16 different regions. And we first determined if all the Mozzarella mystomatous were able to be amplified with the primers we developed. And we tested 60 different Mozzarella mystomatous isolates. And as you can see, this PCR was only amplifying 4 out of the 60, so it was not very good. The other ones did do relatively well. Then the next step was to look if they would also amplify other mystoma causative agents. And fortunately, most of them did amplify at least one of the other causative agents. However, this PCR, the 11th bar, was specific. It only amplified Mozzarella mystomatous and none of the close relatives. So the next step is, of course, it's good to develop a PCR, but you need to know if it also works in real life. And for that, the Mystoma Research Center evaluated these 2 PCRs in a large cohort of mystoma patients. And the reason this was done at the Mystoma Research Center is because they have the largest population of mystoma patients in the world. So in total, 222 patients were included with black brain mystoma, and 180 were male, 41 were female. For all those patients, DNA was isolated from the grains, and ITS sequencing was performed to identify the causative agents. Out of those 222, 149 were Mozzarella mystomatous, 3 were falciforme spora senegalensis, 3 Fusarium species, and so on. Only 12 could not be amplified. Then we took the first PCR, PCR-A, developed by Ahmed et al., and we ran this PCR on the 202 DNA samples. 192 were positive. Those were the 192 which were already identified as Mozzarella mystomatous. 29 were negative, and 1 had a PCR band of a different size, namely the size of Mozzarella pseudomystomatous. And this was confirmed by ITS sequencing to be Mozzarella pseudomystomatous. With this PCR, the time to identification was only 3.8 hours, and this includes actually the DNA isolation protocol. And the sensitivity and the specificity were very high. We did the same with the second PCR, the PCR we developed using the comparative genomics approach, and we got the same results. The only difference was that we did get 30 negative ones, and the Mozzarella pseudomystomatous one was negative as well. This PCR was a little bit quicker, and the time to identification was 2.8 hours, and the sensitivity and the specificity were equal compared to the other PCR. So the other thing we did was that we had this band for Mozzarella pseudomystomatous. And this was generated by the PCR of Abdallah Ahmed. And we sequenced this byproduct, and we didn't find any homology in other fungal species. So therefore we developed primers on the sequence, and we validated against different causative agents of mystoma. And as you can see here, it only reacted with Mozzarella pseudomystomatous. So this one is a specific PCR for Mozzarella pseudomystomatous. Interestingly enough, most of our Mozzarella pseudomystomatous isolates originated from Latin America, implicating that Mozzarella pseudomystomatous might be more prominent there as Mozzarella mystomatous. But we also do see it in other regions, including in Sudan. So this was all done with classical PCR. So run a PCR and look on it on gel. But of course, there are also real-time PCRs developed. And 2 real-time PCRs were developed and described to literature. The first one was a multiplex Mozzarella real-time PCR, and the second was specific Mozzarella mystomatis PCRs. So if we look at the multiplex Mozzarella real-time PCR, you see here already some peaks. This one was developed using a universal Mozzarella primer developed on the beta tubulin gene, and it generates a 95 base pair fragment for Mozzarella mystomatis, Mozzarella pseudomystomatis, and Mozzarella tropicana. Mozzarella fajalli was not amplified by this target, and for that a second primer set was developed targeting the ITS region, which had larger size. And the readout was the melting curve. And as you can see here, which is not surprising, that Mozzarella pseudomystomatis, tropicana, and mystomatis have a very close temperature range. These are these peaks. And because of the larger size of the ITS product, it's not surprising that this has a higher melting temperature. The limit of detection was 100 genomes. If you look here, also you can differentiate them on the CT values. So if you use the target species, you see that the low CT values obtained. This was all done on DNA from isolated strains. If we look at DNA from non-target species, we get very high CT values. And if we look at Mozzarella mystomatis positive patients, then again we get CT values below the threshold of 30. If we then look at the TN distribution of the target species, you see that this is Mozzarella pseudomystomatis, has the lowest melting temperature, followed by tropicana, and followed by Mozzarella mystomatis. Although the difference might be a little bit small, you can still differentiate. And if we look at Mozzarella mystomatis positive patients, again, you see that they are comparable to the cultures. So if we look at Mozzarella mystomatis specific real-time PCRs, 3 have been developed and published in literature. The first one targets the ITS region, and it was run on an IB 7500 platform. And it has a PCR product size of 99 base pair. The second one was the beta tubulin PCR, which was also included into the multiplex. And the third one was a real-time PCR designed on an intergenic region, and that was run on a light cycler. So if you look at the first 2, for the Mozzarella mystomatis, you see that they are very good in this. Using the melting temperature, you can clearly identify Mozzarella mystomatis. The melting temperature for Mozzarella fajalli in the PCR is much higher. So we did develop species-specific PCRs, mainly for Mozzarella mystomatis. And the first PCR developed, PCR-A, can still be used, but you need to be aware at the size of the PCR product. The new Mozzarella-specific PCR was developed, and it performed equally well as PCR-A. It didn't cross-react with Mozzarella pseudomystomatis. A PCR for Mozzarella pseudomystomatis was developed, and there were real-time PCRs determined for the identification of Mozzarella species. But what if you are in a situation where you don't have a thermocycler? So there were also isothermal amplifications developed. These included LAMP, which you can see here, and the readout on this particular case was still a gel. The classical LAMP bending pattern was only seen with Mozzarella mystomatis, not with the other causative agents. And we developed a recombinase polymerase amplification reaction, where again only a bend was seen for Mozzarella mystomatis and not for the other causative agents. But if you go all the way for an isothermal amplification technique, then it's not very handy if you still need a gel for the readout. So loop lamp, but also RPA can also be used using DNA dyes, which you can see here. And in this example, you can clearly differentiate the positive control from the negative control and determine if your patient is positive, if the patient is positive or negative. You can also use a UV light and then it lights up. So if we compare our classical PCR with LAMP and RPA, what are the differences? Well, for the classical PCR, of course, we need a thermocycler, which is not necessary for LAMP or RPA. The reaction temperature for the classical PCR varies in a cycle. For LAMP, it's constant 65 degrees. For RPA, it's constant 39 degrees. And you could even do this in a standard microbiology incubator. The time to identification for PCR-A was 4 hours. For LAMP, it was 2 hours. And for RPA, it was 40 minutes. And the specificity was for all three the same. So the conclusion, a method has been developed to isolate DNA directly from mycetoma grains, which will reduce the time to identification with 6 weeks. Modular mystomatis specific PCR-A and the new specific PCR designed by Wilson can identify to the species level and were clinically evaluated. Real-time PCRs were developed, but they are currently not clinically evaluated yet. And 2 isothermal DNA amplification methods have been developed for settings in which a thermocycler is not present. But for the other causative agents, we only just started. As I mentioned before, it's not only Modular mystomatis causing mycetoma. There's a long list of other causative agents. And for that, we determined which were the most common causative agents seen worldwide, or at least in Africa. And together with money obtained from Diarefti, we're currently developing a multiplex PCR, a real-time PCR, and a recombinase polymerase amplification assay, sorry, to identify Modular mystomatis, falciformis spora senegalensis, Streptomyces somaliensis, Streptomyces sudanensis, Actinomadura pelletri, and Actinomadura maduriae. Because, of course, if you're in a clinical situation, you would be helped if you know if your patient is infected with Modular mystomatis, but in case it's not, you really also want to know what the causative agent was then. And of course, this work has not been done by myself only. It has been the work of 25 years of collaborations between the Erasmus MC and the Mycetoma Research Center. And people who worked extensively on this include Professor Alex van Belkom, Bertrand Nikunge, and Wilson Lin. And from the Mycetoma Research Center, of course, Professor Verhaal, but also Abdallah Ahmed, Sahar Bakit, and currently Emmanuel Siddig. We did get help for the design of the primers on the ITS regions from Professor Sibren de Hoog and Sarah Ahmed from the Westerdijk Fungal Biodiversity Center. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I hope those of you who do PCR understand it. Okay, so we will take the next presentation before the questions. And yeah, from Sahar, from
I'm not seeing Sahar online. Probably have a problem with internet.
Yeah, Sahar texted me yesterday that there's an internet blockage in Sudan.
Okay.
So she asked me to present on her behalf as well.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Then I think we've come to the end of the mycetoma presentation. Presume there'll be a lot of questions. Who wants to start? The floor is open. Who? Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So Wendy, thanks for the beautiful presentation. I was wondering, going forward, since you started identifying targets for identification of the causative agents to the species level, I was wondering whether you consider this Tuckman ARI card, which is a card that is a customized card that you could put all the targets on and then do real-time PCR. So it can take well over 300 targets. So it means in one reaction, you would be able to identify all the organisms that are likely to cause mycetoma in one real-time reaction. Such cards exist for other disease conditions where we have disease caused by so many pathogens. Example, we have Tuckman ARI card for enteros. So all these enteric pathogens, you could identify them using this Tuckman ARI card. And then they are specifically built for the QuantStudio platform. I'm wondering if you would consider that option. Thank you.
It's a good suggestion. We didn't consider it yet, but yeah, I will certainly look into it. Thank you for the suggestion.
Merci pour les présentations. Je n'ai même pas de mots pour la qualité du travail parce que c'est vraiment lourd comme travail et comme diagnostic. Et je me posais la question de savoir, est-ce qu'on a un peu l'épidémiologie de la répartition?
Sorry, can the translator translate again?
So I was thinking si on a la répartition géographique de cette pathologie dans les autres pays, est-ce que on est sûr qu'on aura les mêmes pathogènes dans les différents pays? Parce que ça complexifie vraiment le diagnostic. Si dans chaque pays ou chaque zone géographique, on a une répartition différente des pathogènes qui peuvent causer la maladie. Est-ce qu'il y a une étude qui confirme que les pathogènes cités sont les pathogènes majeurs qu'on retrouve je dirais, dans les différentes zones géographiques?
Yeah, so in the past we did, I made a review of all the causative agents described in literature. I included studies in which they had at least 10 causative agents identified. Those were identified on culture only, because most of the studies were actually from the 1960s where there was no molecular diagnosis available yet. And most of those collections have not been preserved. So we cannot do molecular identification at the moment or afterwards. But based with these shortcomings, still it was seen that the etiology differed a lot per region, and not only per continent, but even within the continent. So based on those historical studies, for instance, in Senegal, 50% of the eumycetoma causative agents was Falciformis spora senegalensis, back then named Leptosphaeria senegalensis. The other 50% was Margella mystomatis. And as mentioned by Professor Verhaal, in Sudan, the etiology is quite different. More than 70% is Margella mystomatis and the rest is bacteria. And per country, you actually see differences in the etiology. And I think a study is needed in which molecular identification is used to determine if these etiologies still are the same, or if it was a difference simply because of there was difference in the mycology sections and different morphological features were assessed in different laboratories. Because as I mentioned before, most of the species don't produce conidia or conidiophores, which makes it very difficult to identify them to the species level. And if you are not very experienced in that, a mistake is easily made. Look at the collection of the French reference collection or even the British reference collection. They made many mistakes as well, simply because they didn't sporulate. So I think a new epidemiological survey, including molecular identification, is needed to answer this question.
C'est vraiment une maladie que je ne connais pas, donc ma question peut être peut-être un peu idiote, mais j'ai vu dans les localisations qu'on avait beaucoup de membres inférieurs. Est-ce que si seulement en sensibilisant les gens, par exemple, d'être toujours vêtus de chaussures, est-ce que ce type de sensibilisation, parce qu'on a vu ça un peu avec l'ulcère de Bourouli, ou la sensibilisation sur le port des vêtements longs, des chaussures, des chemises à longues manches, lorsqu'on se rendait dans les champs et les zones marécageuses pouvaient améliorer effectivement la transmission. Je ne sais pas si ce n'est pas aussi des aspects de sensibilisation qu'il faut faire dans ces zones. C'est vrai que je n'ai pas eu le temps de vraiment trop lire sur la maladie.
Indeed, if you use the shoes and the protective gloves and other material during work in the field, we reduce the incidence of mycetoma. As you see that almost 80% of the cases are the foot and the lower limb is involved. But the problem that you see a patient coming with mycetoma of the head and neck, in the back, in the chest wall, in the scrotum, in the perineum. And here it will be very difficult just to rely on the shoes for this protective mechanism. Definitely it is health education, awareness, advocacy is important for early case detection and management. In our countries where farmers go barefooted, they cannot use the boots to protect their lower limbs. First, it is not available, expensive. The hot weather, the humidity will not allow them to use these boots for a long time. They're not using gloves during work in the field or when they go and collect wood for cooking and for other facilities at the other activities at this site. So it is a problem. We need a combination of awareness, advocacy, early case detection and management to reduce the burden of the disease in the endemic areas. Thank you.
Combien de cas vous avez à peu près par an? Quelle est l'incidence de la maladie? Je ne crois pas avoir vu l'information.
At the mycetoma center, we have more than 10,000 cases registered with the center. They are seeing over the last 3 decades. We see every week around 200 patients at the mycetoma center, the clinic, and we see around 350 to 400 new cases per year. And these patients, we never discharge them. We keep following them up because at any time they may develop recurrence. And if we pick them at the early stage of recurrence, you have a good prognosis. We saw patients, they had mycetoma, surgical excision, cured. That was about 20 to 25 years ago. Suddenly they developed renal failure. They had renal transplant, they had the immunosuppression, and then they developed recurrence at the mycetoma site. So we believe that mycetoma has all the characteristics of a malignant disease. Local destruction of the tissues, spread to the regular lymph nodes and by the blood, and the high rate of recurrence in these patients, especially for the fungal type of mycetoma. That is why we never discharge patients. We keep them on follow-up at the clinic for quite a long time.
Okay, I will start from my right. Okay, Ale.
Merci pour la parole. Ma préoccupation concerne la culture. Alors, ici, nous avons capté qu'il y a les bactéries qui sont incriminées dans ces problèmes, mais également les champignons. Alors, vous avez dit qu'on incorpore les antibiotiques. C'est dans les milieux pour l'isolement des fous de champignons ou bien dans les milieux pour l'isolement de bactéries. Parce que d'une manière générale, quand nous préparons les milieux pour l'isolement des champignons, nous incorporons réellement les antibiotiques là-dedans qui sont connus. Mais pour ces cas d'espèces, on incorpore dans les deux ou bien seulement en cas de la recherche des champignons. Autre chose est que, dans votre expérience, quelles sont les bactéries que vous isolez souvent dans ces cas d'espèces? Et je pense que je peux m'arrêter par là. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Usually we include antibiotics when we are trying to isolate the fungal type. For the bacterial type, we don't include antibiotics in the media. Otherwise, it will destroy the actinomycetes, which are basically some sort of bacteria at this site. What's the next question? Oh, sorry, other question?
Les antibiotiques, les agents pathogènes, les bactéries que vous isolez souvent dans ces cas d'espèces.
Okay. In the past, it was believed that secondary bacterial infection is not very common in mycetoma, although there were a lot of sinuses and discharge. And the author at that time believed that the antifungal, the bacteria, the organism produce antibacterial, and that's why they don't see a lot of secondary bacterial infection. But nowadays, this is not true. We managed to isolate a lot of secondary bacteria in these lesions. We have Pseudomonas, we have all the types of bacteria isolated from these lesions. And that's very serious because it will reduce the chance for cure in these patients. It leads to more tissue destruction, and that again will lead to more delay in the healing and the cure of these patients. In the culture, as you know, we rely on the macroscopic and the microscopic appearance of the colonies. And when we used, this is for the bacterial type, actinomycetes, when we used the molecular diagnosis, we came with a lot of new organisms. In the past, we assumed all these were Streptomyces somaliensis or Actinomyces maduri or actinomadura pelletieri. Now we came with Mexicana as a new organism causing actinomycetes, and there is Cordofani, this is a new organism causing actinomycetoma. So all these were identified after using the molecular techniques for diagnosis of mycetoma patients. Hence, I think this is the modern molecular techniques are important to reach a proper diagnosis to the level of the species, because the treatment depends on the underlying organisms. Madurella mystomatus may be sensitive to available antifungal treatment, while Madurella fahali, it is resistant to most of the available antifungal available, and hence you have to go for wide local spherical excision from the start, and you don't waste time for the antifungal to produce some progress and improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. So I want to clarify something. Can both the bacteria and fungi cause a single infection, co-infection for the bacteria and then the fungi?
You mean in the same patient?
Yes.
Yes. We came across many patients. They had bacterial and fungal eomycetoma. And here the problem will be a complicated treatment for these patients. You need to combine both antifungal, antibacterial, and surgical excision in these patients. Usually the bacterial type respond to medical treatment, but after quite a long time. The fungal usually require some sort of surgical excision along the course of the treatment of these patients. And here you can see how difficult it will be, because both organisms, both types, they had a very low cure rate.
And is it possible that in such cases there's a close symbiosis between the fungi and the bacteria? Because there are some documented symbiotics like that. So for instance, if you take kombucha, it's a green tea fermented with a bacteria and yeast symbiome. So it's one unit. So is it possible that something similar is happening in these cases? And if that is happening, it's also possible that when you're culturing, they need each other to grow together. So if you are culturing it only on exclusive media for bacteria or exclusive media for only fungus, you probably not even come up with anything positive.
Yeah, this is a good possibility. But usually when we find patient coming with both types of the disease, fungal and bacterial, we see them in different lesions. For example, in one foot and in the arm, in the head and neck, and this, but not in the same lesion. So it may be one of the possible, but it probably they maybe have a different inoculation infection in different sites by different organisms at this site.
And my very last question is whether you know what is responsible for the pathology, because the destruction is not just in muscle tissue, but it goes all the way into bone. So is it like a toxin or some sort of secondary metabolite from the fungus that degrades the bone in the muscle tissue?
Basically, it is a chronic inflammatory disease that is spread along the tissues, in the skin, the deep tissues, and the bone at that site. So basically, it is infiltration of the tissues by this chronic inflammatory reaction at this site. Definitely, we need to do a lot of work to see what metabolites has been secreted in the tissues by the organisms, by the human reactions, by the host itself. So I think there's a lot of work to be done at the level of the tissues to identify the metabolites and other markers which can be used for the diagnosis of mycetoma in the future. We are looking now for metabolites as a marker for mycetoma because with these more than 70 organisms, it is very difficult to have a PCR identification for all of them. So I'm now looking into the metabolites, proteins, RNA, specific for the organisms or specific for the human, for the individual with mycetoma, and then that can be used for the point of care test diagnosis for this patient.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Please, I have a few questions from here. Is it possible from the clinical perspective to recommend, if we are asked to recommend for treatment, assuming you have a case that you suspect that is mycetoma, I mean, first line, second line, third line, is there any guidance on that for the field workers? I mean, do you have any suggestions on an approach, a wise approach to use, considering the difficulties with diagnosis itself? I mean, that is my first intriguing question. I'll add another clinical.
Can I answer this? So not to forget.
Yes, please.
First, it is very difficult from the clinical examination to confirm what type of mycetoma it is this. Because in tropical areas, you can have masses, sinuses, the tuberculosis may be one of the differential diagnoses, pleural ulcer may be one of the differential diagnoses, and there may other condition that thorn pricks and granuloma can be one of them. The most important thing in mycetoma, it is the grains. When you have the black, yellow, red, and white grains. Traditionally, we say the black, it is the fungal type, and the white, the red, and the yellow are the bacterial type. The problem, we have patients seen, diagnosed by culture as bacteria, and they did not respond to treatment. When we did the PCR, they have a plain grain, a pale grain, and yellow grains. And when we did the PCR, it proved to be not bacteria, it proved to be fungal mycetoma. And this patient had treatment for almost 2 years. Antibiotics on continuous, on daily basis, and you can imagine the time is spent, the side effect, and the cost for the patient at this side. So the grains color may not be only the diagnostic tool for this. Now for the fungus, we isolated a yellow grains and a white grains and the pale grains, and that complicated things for us. So the grains color may not be a clear-cut tool for the diagnosis of this patient.
So in summary, there's no way you can start treatment unless you've gone ahead and done all the diagnostic.
Yeah.
And that's the best approach. Please, my second one is there any evidence of paradoxical reactions?
Sorry?
Paradoxical reactions. Paradoxical. You see, you showed, okay, you didn't show it. I think it was Wendy. She showed a patient that had dissemination in the chest and then one with massive pleural effusion. And what I wanted to know is whether antibiotic had been started and whether that was an inflammatory response to the antibiotic that they started. I mean, we have that in Buruli, it's in TB, there's a lot of paradoxical reaction where you form inflammatory lesions after antibiotic is started. We published something on a massive pleural effusion in a Buruli patient that received antibiotics. So I wanted to know whether there is anything recorded on paradoxical reaction.
No, I don't. I'm not aware of that. But that patient with the spread to the lung has a fungal type of mycetoma. He had no antibiotics whatsoever. So probably in that patient, it was spread by the blood from the knee, by the blood to the lung, and where he developed secondary lesion in the lungs, and he started to cough the grains in that side.
Okay, for my last questions, I think I'll see you in person. I mean, whether osteomyelitis like BU is common with mycetoma.
Very interesting. Osteomyelitis is not very common in mycetoma, not seen, because actually the inflammatory reaction and the grain, they destroy the bone, not causing inflammatory reaction there in the bone, no osteomyelitis. It is actually invading the bone and causing cavities. And the good thing about this invasion, they form a fibrous tissue inside the bone cavities. And that is why pathological fracture are not very common in mycetoma patients, because there is cavities, but the cavities is full with fibrous tissue as well as the grains, and these give the bone support. We don't commonly see osteomyelitis per se, chronic or acute in patients with mycetoma. Yes, please. Yeah.
I mean, is it worth doing PCR? I mean, as a lab network,
yeah,
on like samples on, I mean, suspected isolates that you think that there's no known treatment or response to treatment? Is it worth as a network to set up PCR on them, or we should concentrate on the ones that are treatable? That, you find that this is the potential organism and this is the treatment for it, so that it can advise treatment. I'm just thinking about how we can cut costs.
Yeah, actually we are doing more PCR in patients who is not responding to treatment, because the diagnosis might be wrong from the start based on the histology and the clinical part. And the molecular diagnosis will tell us this is not a bacteria, this is a fungal type of mycetoma, or this is Madurella fahali, which is not responding to treatment. We do actually now sequencing from this DNA. And from this, we came with at least 4 or 5 new organisms causing mycetoma for the first time. And again, this is very important because you will have the clue, what is the diagnosis? What is happening there? Shall I change my plan of treatment from antifungal to go to celiac excision, go to amputation, for example? Again, this is very important because you will settle the diagnosis. What is the underlying cause for this? And in fact, we are using it a lot for cases not responding and doing sequencing, and it tells us about the underlying cause of the mycetoma at this site. Thank you.
Can I add to that? I think molecular diagnosis is good to do anyways. First of all, it's good to know the causative agents, but secondly, also, there are isolates in vitro which don't respond, but we are not certain if they don't respond clinically. So that extra data is needed. So in case we do get more data, we can also make this, true. So we can see if it is clinical also true, because it's associated only with in vitro susceptibilities. And of course, in vitro is not the same as in the patient. So I think that we need more data, and we need more data globally as well, because the situation in Sudan might be different from other regions in Africa, but it might also be similar. We simply don't know. So therefore, it would be good to include molecular diagnosis always.
Thank you, Professor Fahal, for the very interesting presentation and the educative slides. Just as Dr. Sarah said, I'm not used to mycetoma until I started discussing with you. I would like to know the mode of transmission. Can it be transmitted person to person? And or are there other agents of transmission like vectors? And then have you come across mycetoma patients with other skin infections, such as yours, CL, Buruli ulcer, or non-communicable diseases such as diabetes? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Most of these patients are young and active and healthy. Rarely we find other disease, for example, diabetes or hypertension of other problems. Usually they're young and active and healthy. They have no hypertension, no other diseases at this site. This is very good because this may help them to withstand the problems and antifungal drugs and the side effect and this and this. The mode of infection, this is a very difficult question. We believe that it is a traumatic inoculation of the organism in the subcutaneous tissue. Because we find this, the site is exposed site in the lower limb, in the hand on the right side, people working in the field and this and this. But recently we looked into the ticks in one of the endemic villages, and we find PCR positive for the tick in the grains at the site. So probably there may be an intermediate host. Definitely it is there, but really we don't know what is this intermediate host. Is it the tick? Is it the thorn? Is it other insects? We don't know what is it. But because when the grains are not infective, if you took a grain and inoculate it in the human, it will never grow to a mycetoma. Unless you have to do some techniques to attract the immune system and this, you may develop this at this side. So really there is a knowledge gap in the area of transmission. There is no person-to-person infection. And there is no zoonosis from animal to human being infection at this site. And this is good.
Ask for them. Have you been able to study your patients and trying to see whether these are patients that come from riverine areas or farmers or fishermen or those that have a particular environment or will I say occupation,
yeah,
so that we could try and see, if the mode of transmission could be.
Yeah, that will be a good suggestion, but from our experience, we did not note that it have a specific group of patients that develop mycetoma. It is seen in mycetoma belts in Sudan and other countries, where there is a certain temperature, certain humidity, and certain environmental factors that can help in the growth of the organisms. But there is no specific group of people more susceptible to have mycetoma infection. Now we're looking into genetic background of these patients. We found in some families there are special genes commonly shared by the patients of mycetoma. And this is a PhD thesis for one of our patients. And she is about to finish and hopefully will come with very exciting result, can tell us about the susceptibility and resistance for mycetoma infection.
Last question. Your patients, do they present by themselves or your staff go after them to search for cases?
In the past, it was very difficult. They come very late because of the low socioeconomic status, the low health education, the scarcity of medical care at the mycetoma endemic areas. Usually they come late with very advances. But nowadays we started to have campaign going to the field, to areas where mycetoma is endemic. In fact, we established 2 satellites centers in 2 villages where mycetoma is endemic. And there we did a lot of campaign, a lot of health education, awareness, and this, and provide them with free treatment, free drugs, free surgical intervention, and free ultrasound examination. and that had made them to come to the centers for treatment. As mentioned yesterday, we treat them as royals because we go to the villages, we pick them from the village, convince the leaders they come to the village, they come to the center there, we do everything free of charge, we do the surgery, and then we take them back home to their villages with the cars from the center at this side. So this is the only way now people, they start to be aware, they start to come early because they don't want to have complications for mycetoma.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Professor Fahal, and thank you, Wendy. I think it's been quite educative presentation and session for those of us who are used to Buruli outside and others. So we've taken some lessons from your presentation. We wanted to close, but no. Okay. I thought you were making this means that. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. You can ask your question, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Falal, and Dr. Sarah for all the expertise shared. My question is concerning the efficiency of program that manage mycetoma. What could be your suggestion in terms of performance indicators for a program concerning this disease? This is the first question, and the second one is concerning your what you observe on the ground in your experience. Is it easy for a patient with mycetoma who come late to heal from this disease? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the bacterial type, if the patient come late, definitely have a good chance to have healing with a combination of antibiotics. But it will take quite a long time to heal the lesion at that site. For the fungal type, if the patient come late with advanced disease, with bone destruction, with secondary bacterial infection, with psychological depression and stigma, usually the outcome is not so good. Eventually, they will end in amputation. I have a patient, he stayed in the ward for 3 years, had more than 40 operations done, wide local excision, a colostomy for divert the stool from the perineal area, okay, a permanent catheter at that side, and he healed. We discharged him. And then he came after 6 months after stopping the treatment with a very massive recurrence. So the problem, it is health education, awareness, and free treatment. I think to have a successful program, you should provide all these things free of charge for these patients. You provide them with a free treatment, surgical intervention, investigation, to the level of the MRI to see the extent of the disease. That should be free of charge for this patient, because basically these patients cannot afford coming all the way to Khartoum for treatments. They cannot afford to have the fee for the surgery and the treatment and this and this and this. And these patients need special treatment because of the low socioeconomic status and other factors I mentioned at this site. We had success stories at the village. At Sinnar States, Eastern Sinnar locality, we did more than 1,000 operations free of charge. And that had reduced the incidence of mycetoma in that locality. We did house-to-house survey in 50 villages, looking to them, bringing them to the center for ultrasound and confirmation of the diagnosis and the treatment for that. People, they start to be aware of the mycetoma, and they start to come early with a small lesion because they knew that they will end in amputation or surgical excision and difficulties they may face at that site. We were very successful in this locality, the program, because provide everything free of charge for this patient. The team from the center, about 30 people, the surgeons, ultra radiologists, and the theater attendant, the nurses, health education. Even we take with us musicians, comedian. So to do the health education activities, we do open theater for the children about mycetoma and have to come on this side. And all these things were done free of charge. And that is why we are positive that in that region, the incidence is getting less, or the patient will coming now with small lesions. And this is a good thing because early lesion, proper treatment means cure.
All right, thank you. We'll have a bit of time during dinner or breaks to talk more. So let us move on to other topics. Now I leave the floor to Sarah whilst I take some rest.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je vais encore solliciter votre attention pour quelques instants. Donc, nous allons procéder à la validation des certificats pour que nous puissions lancer le processus d'impression et que demain, en fin de journée, chaque laboratoire puisse repartir avec son certificat. So, please move forward. J'avais partagé dans les emails les deux propositions. Donc, il va les afficher. Si vous avez les remarques, on en discute et ça permet de valider le format que nous allons imprimer. Tu veux que j'écris?
Okay, Dr. Sarah, over to you.
Over to the lab member for their comments. I think I sent it. If you have another proposition or correction, I don't know.
We can read it here and make corrections directly. And then the names of the labs will be, we agree with the text, then we validate it and we move on.
There is a hand of Dr. Ablode.
I was just wondering, a full member, why full?
Yeah, I remove it in French. I thought it is English.
Okay. Okay, I have a comment concerning that statement. So just as Dr. Ablodi pointed out, why a member? For being member, I think a member is okay. For being a member of the Bruley Laboratory Network in Africa and participating, not participates. For being and participating in activities including external quality assessment program. Maybe we remove the external quality assessment program organized by the Network Coordinating Center. I think it's okay like that. At least for me, I think that statement is okay.
For me also, who is going to sign?
Who is going to sign? The names are there. You can't sign your own certificate, just as Kingsley said.
I also have a little suggestion. May I? Can I go ahead? Okay. So where there is a for being, is it possible to just make it presented to so and so as a member of the BU instead of for being? Because for being suggests that the person has already been a member before certificate is being awarded, even though we know that is the fact. Let's think about it. Yeah, yeah.
By your own in English.
For the statement to flow.
Okay. Can I ask the question? So I just want to know the validity is per year. Does that mean every year a certificate is going to be issued after you have passed EQA? Why is the validity annual?
Okay, number, can you show, can you reduce so we can read all? Okay. All right. So, certificate of membership. Then instead of presented to, we could write, this is to certify. This is to certify that laboratory ABC is a member. Yeah. Yes. So change this is to certify. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Yes, certified that. Yeah, it's a member.
Okay, so let's read it on. It's a member
Of the Blue Authority Network for Africa
that participates.
and participates.
No, not under. No.
No,
Is a member
of-
that participates, not under.
no, it's a member of.
Because if you want to put that participant.
Excuse me, Dr. Kingsley, is it a good idea to add the starting date? Is it a good idea to start, to put the starting date? Like, is a member since, and maybe a lot of you are from few years behind, but if you put a starting date, if we add new members today or during this meeting, or maybe in the future, that portion always remains, is a member since when? Does that make sense? Just my suggestion.
Of the BU LABNet. I would like to, yeah, this is to certify and participate in its activities. Yeah. EQA, I think everybody participates in EQA, and it should be part of the membership. You can be a member without going through qualifying exams. So EQA is part of it, or if you are participating in the activities. Don't delete.
But the validity of the certificate.
Yeah, the validity is fine. It's fine because when
No.
it's signed, there should be a date of signature. So it will tell you from that time.
I just have a comment to make on the emphasis, like why we emphasize DQA there is that it gives an opportunity for the lab to show when they're going for local accreditations. If they're going for country-specific accreditations, they can show that through this certificate that they're a part of the EQA program, international.
Please, I have a comment. Well, just to mention, we had a plan as you all know, those of you participating in EQA programs, at some point, you are awarded certificates of participation. So we actually intended to issue you these certificates, but then this is a good opportunity to roll that out and use this certificate for that purpose.
So can we look at two things? I don't know whether one is general like this, which shows you participate in the activities, including EQA. Then every year or every time you do the EQA, you issue certificate of so that good standing or whatever it may be related to that EQA at that particular time. Because this is, if you write it like this until 2024, when you are doing EQA every 6 months or every year. So after every EQA, after the results are out, you issue a certificate saying that you have participated or qualified, whatever the terminology may be. But this is a general certificate saying that you are a member. So it should not go into all the details. When you have EQA, you issue EQA. When you have a meeting, people are signing meeting attendance sheet now. So these are all things that we don't want to load the membership. You are a member of Ghana Medical Association, period. That's all. But if you leave external quality organized by this, fine, I have no problem. But every year when you do the EQA, you should issue a separate certificate.
Obviously.
To complement this one. Okay, any comment on that? So far, this is yes, is a member and participates in activities, including in its activities or in its activities, including in its activities, including EQA, but that organized coordinating center should go. Yes, because it's going to be signed down there. So we know who organized it and who is issuing the certificate. These activities include. Remove all. Yeah. Okay. And remove the comma after the LABNET. Okay, depending on which English you are using, the program can be double ME, yes. So if it is American English, fine. If it is the British English, yeah, then it should be MME. This is what makes, yeah. Geneva English, strangely enough, program, they use American English, but program they use the British. I don't know why. But anyway, you can leave it. It doesn't harm. Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we should discuss if we keep LABNET as a name or scheme entities, since that will stay until 2024. Maybe it's the time to have a reflection on that.
Whether if we use Buruli, for now it's Buruli LABNET. I think when we change it, we could reissue the certificate once there is agreement on the change. But for now, the members are the BU one, so we could go like that for now. Yeah. Is that okay for everyone? Please, let's read once more.
I was wondering if we have to add founder's logo. If we have to add ILM and SVAD and no, okay.
No, it's fine. It's just a test of how, whether you have to put a long sentence or in layers. That will also determine how depends on the space available. It will be in layers, yeah. Okay, all right, okay. Don't worry. Now, I hope translation into French will not be a problem, because my experience is that things written in English, when it comes to translation into French, it becomes longer. And yeah, and the space. Okay, let's see. Okay, so you have to correct it based on the English version. Yeah.
I suggest we do that now, if
Yeah,
possible.
because French too is complicated. Maybe among the francophone here, they can disagree on one word. It's L, 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 L. So please do it here.
Hello?
What English version, based on, sur la base de la version en anglais, donc on peut dire, déjà on est d'accord pour certificat d'adhésion. On est tous d'accord pour adhésion. OK. Donc, au lieu de décerner A, donc si on regarde le format en anglais, on met nous certifions que. Pardon? Bon, on décerne alors le certificat, ça va? Décerner à XXXX comme membre du réseau de laboratoire. Oui.
Le certificat, c'est
Nous certifions ceux qui signent.
certifié.
Là, c'est le titre. Certificat d'adhésion.
Moi, c'est le français. Nous certifions que le laboratoire X du Centre Pasteur du Cameroun, pays Cameroun, est membre du réseau des laboratoires de l'UCED Bourlier en Afrique et participe, il faut qu'on enlève l'histoire des activités là, il participe au programme.
Et participe à ces activités, y compris
Ok.
son programme d'évaluation externe de la.
Nous certifions que est membre. Is a member, est membre.
Non, en bas.
En bas, est
En bas,
membre,
après,
tu
sur la ligne.
enlèves en tant que. Non, il faut utiliser une capitale. Est membre du réseau des laboratoires de l'UCED de Bourlier en Afrique et participe enlève la virgule et participe
À ces activités.
voilà, its activities, à ses activités, y compris Ah. 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 Note A.
Avec les crochets. Avec un crochet. Le technicien anglophone.
À ces activités. Et participe à ces activités. Aux activités.
Du réseau. It's. Qu'est-ce qu'on a dit?
Il y a déjà activité.
Mais il y a déjà activité. Qu'est-ce que vous écrivez là?
Voilà.
Voilà, y compris.
Son programme d'évaluation. Si on suit cet anglais, son programme d'évaluation.
Ça va, programme est déjà écrit.
Son C'est fini. De la qualité.
Est-ce que le programme a besoin d'un P majuscule?
Non.
Externe de la qualité. Et puis
On enlève organisé par le centre de coordination. Il y a un point où? OK.
Normalement, est-ce que ulcère a une majuscule? C'est Buruli qui a majuscule.
Oui. Mhm. Il sait petit U.
Non.
Non, il aura son... Non, ce qu'on a dit, c'est que vous avez ces documents. Si je viens vous évaluer, ce qu'on va mettre en place, c'est qu'à part, vous avez quelque chose qui atteste que vous faites l'EQE. Donc, l'EQE, vous avez rentré, que nous avons fait en juillet, là, comme on finit, on va aussi vous envoyer un certificat. On va vous envoyer un certificat que vous avez participé. Oui. Donc, ça vient juste renforcer votre appartenance pour la personne qui vient vous évaluer. Ça va, les francophones? Demandez à Dr. Nomzo qui parle français.
Bon,
Ok.
moi, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de problème qu'on nous donne les deux certificats, en anglais et en français. Parce que ça ne gêne pas. Moi, ça ne gêne pas d'avoir un certificat en anglais. Donc,
Toi,
je dis, et ça ne gêne même pas qu'on ait un certificat en anglais, quoi. Il n'y a aucun problème.
Ah, mais c'est...
Il n'y a pas un problème. Moi,
Ils disent comme they prefer it in English. Non, c'est les deux. Nous sommes bilingues. Mais la majorité est francophone. Non, non, deux certificats, non.
Lui, il fait ça pas en anglais. On veut le délivrer en anglais.
Est-ce que...
Non, oui. For French-speaking country, pour les pays francophones, on va donner le certificat en français. Et pour les pays, tu cherches, ou bien on fait alors pour tout le monde en anglais. OK.
Pays bilingue.
OK.
One language.
Mais ce n'est pas plus simple de faire des deux faces simplement et tout le monde prend.
Pardon?
Est-ce que ça...
Je n'avais pas
Je demandais si ça gênait.
Moi, personnellement, je n'avais pas de souci.
Recto verso.
De recto verso.
Oui. Et comme ça.
Avec,
Ça fait combien de pays? Ça fait à peine... Sinon, le Cameroun sera en difficulté. Quelle version va remettre au Cameroun?
Nous sommes bilingues.
Alors.
Attends. French-speaking countries have to agree if they can receive their certificate in English. Who can have...
Moi, personnellement, je n'avais pas de problème pour le certificat en anglais.
No, she would like his certificate in French. Who else? Cameroon, Valérie in English. Côte d'Ivoire, English. Maman, English. Okay, only one certificate.
In French.
Mais la majorité gagne, donc il n'y a pas le certificat en français. OK. Donc, we will print it in English for all the lab members.
was going to ask
Pourquoi d'ailleurs
whether
les anglophones n'auraient jamais accepté d'avoir un papier en anglais? Pourquoi vous voulez le papier en anglais? Pardon? On les
C'est juste pour harmoniser.
OK. Okay, I sent. We will move on with the English version.
Noted.
Maman a dit qu'il voulait le certificat en français. En anglais, que lui, c'est pas un problème. Maman, on a voté. Tu veux le certificat en anglais ou en français? En anglais, OK. Je crois qu'il est un peu tard et que peut-être vous êtes fatigué, vous allez vous reposer un peu avant le restaurant. Donc, la suite, c'est les homework. Il faudrait, oui, que chacun, on avait, what is the agenda after 4? Que chacun pense déjà, on a dit hier qu'on avait différents challenges, donc la visibilité. Donc, on voulait commencer à discuter sur la visibilité, mais on est un peu fatigué. Donc, que chacun commence à réfléchir, on mettra ensemble nos idées pour l'amélioration de la visibilité. Mais également, comme j'ai discuté avec le professeur Richard Philippe, on disait aussi que dans la visibilité, on peut partir d'ici avec 2 manuscrits que nous pouvons aussi préparer pour soumettre à publication dans les journaux. Donc, ça fera aussi la visibilité. Et ce soir, même si nous allons fêter déjà au Champagne notre premier papier qui a été accepté hier. Et la deuxième partie de réflexion, ça c'est pour les membres des laboratoires. Quelles sont les données que nous voulons entrer? Parce que très rapidement, on va mettre en place une base qui permet d'avoir les données de laboratoire en ligne et d'éviter chaque mois de transférer des diapositives à Numfo qui doit les saisir. Donc, très rapidement, il faut qu'on définisse âge, sexe, date de prélèvement, date de rendu de résultats, je ne sais pas, quelques éléments clés que nous décidons et ça va être très rapidement être mis en ligne et chacun va directement maintenant remplir ses données en ligne. Donc, on va noter quelque part et puis demain matin. Oui, demain matin, on fait le devoir. Demain matin, on répertorie.
Je mettais les questions de recherche de 2019 pour que nous voyons un peu.
OK, OK. En 2019, on avait juste listé, mais ce n'était pas... OK, je vais partager par email.
All right, so I realize that I'm being given a task to for this discussion, and I was suggesting that, I mean, as a teacher, I like homework. So she's telling us that we should start tomorrow morning discussing this. So probably that should be our homework already for the evening when we are having dinner. You are putting some points down in your brain so that when we come in the morning, then it goes very fast and we can continue the day. Thank you.
Merci.
Okay, where is Kingsley? Is the one to close the... Oh, I can close. L'OMS me donne le pouvoir de clôturer. OK, thank you very much. Je pense qu'on a eu une journée très fructueuse. On a eu des échanges qui donnent plutôt de l'espoir dans l'intégration des activités. On a eu des belles discussions avec le MICETOM qui nous montre encore le défi. Quand on a vu le MICETOM, j'ai réalisé que l'UCR de Bourouli était un jouet et que le MICETOM, c'est un bulldozer pour s'attaquer au MICETOM. Waouh! C'est un gros travail, donc, mais on a toute l'expertise qui est avec nous. Professeur Fahal a accepté d'être là, Wendy était en ligne. Donc, avec des expertises comme ça, on est presque rassuré que pas à pas, ils vont nous accompagner. Donc, vraiment, bonne soirée. On se retrouve. Vous prenez le bus à quelle heure? I sent. The boss is leaving. On va au Bois Sainte-Anastasie. On repart, on va se promener un peu en ville. Comme ça, vous n'allez pas dire que je vous ai laissé au Mundi tout le temps. Je vous ramène un peu en ville. Donc, le bus part, disons, à 18h30 pour être en ville autour de 19h15 au niveau du Bois Sainte-Anastasie. On aura un dîner ensemble et je relève le défi de fêter notre premier article au champagne. Okay. Oui, c'est trop tard. Je pense qu'en prenant l'autoroute, ils peuvent être en ville autour de 19h. Ça dépend. Ou OK, ou bien ils sortent. Moi, je ne viens même pas par l'aéroport. Mais bon. Ça roule. OK. Sinon, 18h15.
Excuse me, Dr.
18h30,
Sarah.
Yes.
Please, before we go, I have a quick comment. There should be some of us who need the COVID test to travel back to your country. So if you're one of those persons, you can contact the meeting secretariat for arrangements for the test. So that should be latest tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Sont mis dans vos documents pour le retour dans vos pays. Les conditions, c'est comment ça, on respecte les conditions de votre pays. Donc, si votre pays demande que le vaccin, c'est bon. Si votre pays demande un test, vous êtes obligé de faire le test. Donc, c'est les conditions de retour. Le Cameroun n'impose plus des conditions aux voyageurs qui sortent.
Mais il faudra faire attention. C'est la compagnie qui peut vous refuser ou vous accepter si vous ne remplissez pas les conditions de votre pays. C'est le risque que vous courez.
The bus will be in front of the reception, 6:30 around the time. Departure. Oh, 6? Some people proposing 6.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Allô, mais docteur Sarah, elle est partie. Docteur Sarah. Ah, elle est partie. Bon.
Oui, j'étais en train de vous répondre. Merci.